Good morning. You have just entered. Good morning. Good morning. You have just entered for the third annual National Family Caregiver Symposium 2025. We have a host. My co-host, Lance A. Slayton, is my co-host today, and we have a plethora of speakers, as you can see on the stage. Wave at the audience, people. We are so excited that you guys are here to join us. Listen, we're going to get this thing kicked off this morning. But first of all, I want to introduce you to my wonderful co-host, Lance A. Slayton. Lance is known as the senior care influencer. Lance is a writer, an author, and a healthcare professional with over 20 years in the healthcare industry. Lance A. Slayton is the host of the award-winning podcast and YouTube show, All Home Care Matters. He is also a senior case manager of Enrich Life Home Care Services in Livonia, Michigan. Lance was also named a 50 under 50 for 2023 and received the distinction as the top influencer for healthcare and advocacy for 2024. Lance is also a columnist for multiple healthcare and news websites and print. Lance, you can catch up with Lance on his official website at lanceaslayton.com or All Home Care Matters. Lance is also the award-winning All Home Care Matters is the nation's leading voice in long-term care. All Home Care Matters has received the following notable awards. In 2023, he was a recipient of the COVID YouTube Creator Award for surpassing 100,000 subscribers. Also in 2023, he received the recipient of the Award of Distinction from the Academy of Interactive Visual Arts, the Communicator Award for Film and Video in Health and Wellness. In 2024, he was a recipient of the Award in Excellence from the Academy of Interactive Visual Arts, the Communicator Award for Film and Video and Social Campaign, and a series in healthcare. So as you can see, Lance have a plethora of things that he have done in the community, and he's also one of the #1 senior influencers in the world. So Lance A. Slayton, we welcome you. Thank you so much for being my co-host today at the third annual National Family Caregiver Symposium 2025.
Oh, thank you, Sherelle. It's a pleasure. It's great to be here. And, you know, none of us would be here if it wasn't for you. So thank you and the Global Caregivers Network. You know, we're going to have a wonderful event today, but I want to introduce you now. So Sherelle D. Mims is known as the Queen of Empowering Caregivers. She's an international best-selling author and contributor of several books that have captivated readers worldwide. She's also known for her brand, Miss Sherelle Speaks. She has shared her story as a teacher, a caregiver, and an entrepreneur. Her book, I Will Wait Until Morning, a caregiver's memoir on assisting a loved one with cancer, has captured millions of readers as she went deeper into her personal journey and experiences. And if that wasn't enough, Sherelle is also a registered nurse with over 20 years of experience. She's a visionary and president of the Global Caregivers Network, and she's a chief executive officer of Global Caregiver Speaks, the number one caregiver speaker platform in the United States, and it's exclusively for healthcare professionals, direct care workers, and family caregivers. And the global stage is hers, and she always shines when she's on it. Some of Sherelle's most prestigious awards are the World Humanitarian Boot Camp Ghana 2023-2024, the GLEBM 50 Most Influential Women of 2023, Influential Boss Woman 2023, the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award of 2021-2022, and many more. Sherelle has dreamt of becoming an international speaker for as long as she can remember, as she was featured on the speaker platform with Les Brown, Dr. Cheryl Wood, and Sean Fair. Sherelle was recognized for her ability to engage audiences well and make them relate. Sherelle has also received her advanced diploma of biblical studies as an ordained minister of the gospel of Jesus Christ from the Destiny School of Ministry in Roseville, Michigan. And I encourage everybody to go learn more about Sherelle and the incredible work she has done by going to globalcaregiversnetwork.com. And I just want to say we know Sherelle's amazing because she too is from Michigan. Thank you for the introduction,
Boy,
Sherelle.
come on, Michigan.
Go
Come on,
Blue.
Michigan. Michigan, yes. Thank you so much for that, Lance. It's
My
just so
pleasure.
wonderful to have a co-host where we can piggyback off each other and just have a wonderful time introducing all of the speakers that will be coming forth today. So
Yeah,
without
absolutely.
further ado, Lance, it's just wonderful. This is like our third annual National Family Caregiver Symposium, and I am just looking forward to hearing each and every one of the speakers, right? Because
Absolutely.
everyone that's on this platform is coming with their individuality, their uniqueness. They're coming to share their stories in their own way, right? And so, without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to our first speaker, Dr. Wayne Freeman Chong. Dr. Freeman is not new to the speaking arena. He has been doing this for a long time. He is, Dr. Chong is a geropsychologist, okay, social scientist, and executive director who bridges aging, caregiving science, and caregiver friendly workplace practices. Backed by nearly 2 decades of applied research, policy development, and organizational consulting, he partners with corporate and public sector leaders to embed caregiving support into strategic workforce planning. His evidence-based frameworks enable organizations to detect hidden caregiving early, crisis early, strengthen leadership pipelines, and build resilience, future-proof teams. Drawing on his own lived caregiving journey, academy rigor, and systemic impact, Dr. Chong helps organizations uncover and address the hidden identities shaping employees' belonging and psychological safety. Dr. Chong is a 2026 top impact speaker with real leaders. His research was cited in the Singapore Parliament in a debate on women's development in 2022. Ooh, great. Dr. Chung is also an honorary board director of 3 social service agencies and an editorial board member of 3 scientific journals. Based in Singapore, he is married with 2 children. Let's welcome the inspiring Dr. Wang Chong to the stage. Thank you so much, Dr. Chong. Take it away.
Thank you for having me, Cheryl. I'd like to take everyone back to the time when you were 21. Think of the time when you were 21 years old. Now, if there was one most memorable memory you had? Just a moment. If you would like, feel free to type in the chat, whether you're on Facebook or you're on LinkedIn, and we can have some interaction there. What was the most memorable? For some of us, it might be you were dating your favorite guy or your favorite girl. For some others, perhaps, I have a friend who would tell me that I was having the incredible lesson in the university, learning things that I wouldn't have thought existed. I don't know. What was it for you when you were 21, the most memorable? I'd like to share with you mine. I entered caregiving when I was 21, not by choice, but by a call. You see, my mother was caring for her mother. That is my grandmother, who had a great relationship with me, bringing me up as a boy, as an adolescent. By the time I was 21, my grandmother became frail, had those three main conditions: high blood cholesterol, high blood glucose levels, and was just weak. She had to be transferred from the bed to the wheelchair, from the wheelchair to the washroom, to the shower, and somebody had to actually scrub her body. I thought I could give my mom some respite, some reprieve, right, some rest by stepping up to say, look, Mom, why don't I help you with some of these tasks? Right? And that's how I started becoming a caregiver. So when I was 21, my most vivid memory, I became a caregiver for my grandmother. There's one incident that I will never forget. One day I was home, just about to reach home. It was a Thursday evening, about 8 p.m. here in Singapore. Now, university ends at about 6 o'clock, right, here in Singapore. I was an undergraduate back then in the fairly well-known university called National University of Singapore. I hope some of you have heard about this. And I was home about 8 o'clock. And when I entered the room, my grandmother was sitting on her wheelchair, kind of just looking at me kind of sternly. Instead of the usual greeting, hi, instead of greeting, what do you do today? Have you had dinner? Now, Asians, we like to ask that question, right? Have you had dinner? Have you eaten? No, she didn't. She was eyeing me like so sternly. And I couldn't understand that coldness. And still, I greeted her, hi, grandma, and then walked. Just when I was about to enter my room, she verbalized, hey, you forgot something. Then I turned and looked at her. Talking to me, Ma? What is it? Turns out I should have reached home at 7 or 7:15 latest to help her with two things. Change her adult diapers, right? Because that day, that afternoon, nobody was going to be at home. The helper wasn't going to be around. And I promised her I would do that, and I wasn't there, 7:15. The other thing, wash some of her towels so she could have them ready. Just these two things I remember. But somehow, I just didn't realize I forgot what I forgot until she said what she said. And she was mad, and she became mad. And somehow, before I could say sorry, words just came out from her, and then I reacted. I forgot those actual words, but I remember that I was having a bad day already. I was tired. I wasn't doing well in the university at all. I had some bad grades kind of to return home with that day. And in the heat of the moment, I did something I would regret. I pushed her. That's right. She kind of was standing up, and I pushed her as I was speaking those frustrating words, and she fell. And she broke her right elbow, bruised her right elbow. The jade bracelet on her right wrist became 3 pieces. That was a family heirloom. Now, in Chinese culture, if you break a jade bracelet, it might mean that disaster is averted. But to her, that was so precious. I immediately regretted that, but it was done. I couldn't believe what I did. I couldn't believe I could do what I have done, but I did what I did. Right? I didn't even have the chance, have the guts to say sorry. I ran to my room. I cried, actually, for like a good 2 minutes. And when I mustered the courage, I went back to her. I said sorry. And I looked at the aftermath. That was when I realized caregiving is stressful. much as I was a much more able, strong, physically strong young person, young man at that time, right, compared to my grandmother, right, still it was quite a bit of load, quite a bit of stress to bear. This is no wonder why my mother was depressed, I realized, right? And that became a experience that I held with me today. Today, when I teach caregivers in our training, right, on caregiver social emotional support, I ask them to see the stress that we and I used to face, and appreciate the stress as messages. I ask them to do self-check. I ask them to give them ways to do self-care. It's because of my own experience. Even as a grandson, a secondary care. So seeing the stress. The other thing I teach caregivers came from caregiving from my mother. You see, I became a caregiver a second time after my grandma's demise. At that point, my mother got cancer of the ovaries, and I was going to be a father, expecting my first child. In this same hospital, a maternity, a women's hospital, there was this block that were for the children, and that block for the women. Right, that block for the women mostly had gynecological services, and there was just one center called the gynecological cancer center. One day, I had to make a decision. My mom wasn't responding, her cancer wasn't responding to the first wave of treatment. The doctor called for an emergency appointment, and I was very familiar with her care needs. I knew I had to attend. At the same time, on the same day, right, my wife's gynecologist, right, was going to do the first ultrasound scan. If you have been a mother or father, if you recall your first time anticipating your child, you would know that is not only when you realize or get to know the sex of your son or your daughter, right? Your would-be child. But that is also when you realize whether there is a risk for congenital illnesses like Down syndrome, and if further investigations are warranted, and if you would decide to have one. So that was something I was expected to do, and I was looking forward to that. So you can see the predicament that I was in. Nobody taught me at that point how to make that kind of decision. That's right. That's the load I faced as a sandwich caregiver. Sandwich between my mother, by then she was 71 years, and caring for my wife who was expecting my child. Today I have the privilege to teach decision making for caregivers, clinical decision making, self-care decision making, and communication decision making in the home. All thanks to my experiences, and I'm grateful for them. And if I can leave you with the third thing that I learned in my caregiving experience, that is that dementia is preventable. 45% risk factors could be avoided by lifestyle activities. I get this by caring for my dad. You see, after my mom passed on, my dad had stroke. In fact, transient ischemic attack, or silent mini stroke, right? That affected his brain, the part of the brain that connects to the C2 and C3 region of the lumbar spine, right? So his breathing got affected. And we thought that his days might be numbered because, well, you might not be able to be strong when one is breathless, right? But what struck me was this: about 6 months into his condition, he started to ask me to write his name for him. Yeah. And one fine day, I was asking, Dad, how do you go to that daycare, center, right? Just checking on if everything was fine. Did you pass by this place? And he couldn't tell the way. He couldn't kind of retrace the steps. And he was used to drive and then ride a motorbike for like 20 years. That's when I realized stroke is one of the risk factors for dementia or cognitive decline. He didn't eventually get a check because he didn't want any further checks beyond his diagnosis, and we respected that. But I realized this, given the amount of stress that I've already experienced, the load that I have to take on as a sandwich caregiver, if one has to become also a dementia caregiver, how stressful could that get? This brought me to my studies, to my PhD studies and subsequent postdoctoral work. And Cheryl very kindly mentioned those publications that I did. So today, one of those things I teach caregivers is, for those who are interested, is how to prevent dementia, the cognitive, the physical, and the social. So all in my caregiving journey, from caregiver to caregiving advocates, I remember 3 things, and I leave with you 3 things. Hopefully this will inspire you to go on if you're a caregiver. If you're not a caregiver, hope this inspires you in whichever station in life, right, that you are in, and that you can move on if and when you find a need to rise. And these are the 3 things. 1, see the stress. See the stress that you are in. Look for your stressors, deal with them, manage them, take time out. See the second thing, know the load. Find ways to measure the load you're in, especially when you realize you have to make complex decisions. And the third thing, if there's an opportunity, learn to prevent dementia for yourself and your loved ones, so somebody else might not have to care for you, so that you will not have to be a burden to others at some point. Right. Thank you. I really look forward to the other sharings by the other caregivers. I'm happy to be contacted. I'll leave my LinkedIn and other profile, online profile URLs in the chat. Thank you for having me.
That was wonderful. Now you kicked this off. You kicked this off perfectly, Dr. Chong. I'm just going to say a little thing. I'm going to let Lance go ahead and speak first. What do you think, Lance, about Dr. Chong?
I think it was tremendous. And, you know, Dr. Chong's come to several of these conferences that I've been at and that you've hosted. And, you know, he's just such a wealth of information, but also has such a heart for helping to support families and caregivers that are going through difficult situations. So, you know, thank you as always, Dr. Chong.
Absolutely.
My pleasure.
Dr. Chong. Listen, I'm not going to keep you long, but you know, we can talk about dementia all day, okay? Because that's one of my specialties as well. So definitely, we're going to talk off stage about this, because dementia, it goes a long way, number one, right? Dementia is not something that we plan for. It's something we sometimes just be given, right? But if you, in a lot of cases, when a person is going through dementia, there are subtle signs that we don't pay attention to. We think it's just like, oh, okay, that maybe they're just forgetting today. But when it becomes a pattern of forgetfulness, and that's just a mild case. I'm just saying about the confusion. All of us get confused, right? But when it becomes more often than not that they're forgetting things, they're forgetting their keys, they're forgetting to, you know, start the car, close the door, open the door. And then sometimes they may even forget the location where they're at.
Yeah.
So Dr. Chong, I just want to thank you. And I just want to say one of the things that you shared also was a takeaway, was to see the stresses that you have in your life. We have to be able to gauge when it's stress coming upon us, right? So what would you say about that, Dr. Chong?
You know, seeing the stress is not automatic to me. I don't imagine, even having become a psychologist and after having done research, we need somebody, I think, and we need reminders. Sometimes a rubber band like that is a good reminder. You stretch it too much, it breaks. Stretch. But you have no stress, it is loose. It's not good for good use. So we need some kind of tension, but not too much or too little. And that is, I guess, life's natural way of balancing things, right? So I suppose, if I were to talk about stress, really, I would think about it. So each of us can have something to remind us, to say, pause, check my stress level. Pause, check my load. You know, take time out is good. You know, and there's so many other ways, really. Yeah.
Absolutely. There is a lot of other ways. And dementia, like I say, it's a whole nother arena in the healthcare that we have to deal with. And but Dr. Chong, thank you so much for taking care of your family members the best way that you know how to do it. And that I'm sure they was appreciative of you being there for them. Thank you so much, Dr. Chong. And so Dr. Chong, he kicked us off. He kicked us off well. So with dementia, If there's any of you in your family that's dealing with dementia, connect with Dr. Chong. His information will be in the chat. Connect with him related to brain health and dementia. Thank you so much. And Lance, I'm going to let you
Yes.
introduce the next presenter.
Well, we have another phenomenal speaker coming up, Dr. Josephine L. Harris. Dr. Harris is a certified master business mental health coach, an advocate psychotherapist, and international psychologist who's committed to helping high achieving women overcome imposter syndrome through the integration of faith, mindset, and mental wellness. She's a multiple bestseller and international best-selling author and global speaker known for her powerful message, walk in God's truth, not fear. Dr. Harris empowers individuals and organizations to release perfectionism and self-doubt by aligning with biblical truth and clinical strategies. She's also been featured on Fox News, NAM Homefront, the Sean Fair Leadership Tour, and the Herpreneur International Network. As CEO of Calming Minds PLLC and vice president of HBCU Magazine, she leads with passion and purpose, and her mission is to advocate for mental health, elevate faith-centered leadership, and inspire bold confidence rooted in God's calling. Welcome, Dr. Harris. How are you?
I am blessed and yet fabulous. Thank you for that wonderful introduction, Mr. Lane.
Absolutely. You're welcome. Well,
thank you so much.
We're honored. It's our pleasure, and thank you for being here, part of the Caregiver Symposium. And I'm going to let you take it over.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Sherelle, for even inviting me to be a part of this wonderful moment that you have. One of the things I want to really think about, I want you guys, when I think about it, when you think about the words phrase, strength when the memories fade. I don't just think of the words on the page. I think of my father. I want to start back when I can see him in Savannah, Georgia, sitting in his favorite chair, sunlight spilling through the curtain. Some days he look at me, his eyes will brighten, but he say, "Joe, it felt like the sun broke through those clouds." Other days, the memories weren't there. My name was gone. Our history was gone. And yet, even on those days, he would lean in, take a deep breath, and say, "I know that smell. That's my daughter." That was his way of remembering me when in my mind betrayed him, and his mind betrayed him. And that began when the lesson took place. That loves had imprint deeper than memory. Now, I want to really leave you guys with this. Caring for a loved one with dementia is not for the faint-hearted. It's tender and it's brutal. But yet, the little victories when he remembers a song, a smile at familiar faces. But you also grieve quietly and tiny losses. When he can't recall his own address, when the stories he once told vanish, when he looks at you as if you were a stranger. Those were the days I left his house in Savannah. I sat in my car and I just cried. The kind of cry when the steering wheel catches your tears. Because you realize you losing someone piece by piece. I'm going to say that again. You realize you losing someone piece by piece, while still having to show up with patience, with strength, and with grace with every single day. Caregiving pulls at your body, your mind, your spirit. But here's the paradox. It also stretches you. It digs well in compassion, yet didn't know existed. So I want to tell you, and I want to take you down a memory lane. And this was a really memory lane. I never forgot one night in the hospital. My father was restless, confused by the machines, but the nurse's footstep in the hallway. He looked at me and my name was gone. For a moment, that broke me. But let me tell you, I thought I have lost him completely. But then he tightened his head. He tilted his head. He closed his eyes and he said, wow, I know that voice. I know that smell. That's my daughter. And you guys should have seen the light in my eyes, and he remembered my smell. He remembered my voice. He may not have remembered Joe, my name, but he remembered the importance of me. He remembered my voice, my scent, my presence. The night I learned something scarce. Memory isn't just in the mind, it lives in the spirit. Even when the mind faders, love leaves a footprint that dementia cannot erase. Now, you guys, I want to take you down how our talks went. One of the things that carry us with our talks, sometimes we sit by his bedside and talk about his childhood in Savannah, the peach trees, the church picnics, the front porch stories. And I'm telling you, we had some stories to tell. But as time went on, those talks changed. His mind drifted mid-sentence, or he literally forgot what he was saying. But still, he looked at me, smiled, and whispered, and kept talking. And know what he said? He said, I know you. He said it again, I know you. And that taught me something powerful. And I mean something powerful. I mean, the present often matters more than memory. Words may fade, but love spoken aloud lingers. Now, looking back, I carry 3 lessons from this journey of really taking care of my father as he was going through his journey of dementia. One of the things I realized is present over perfection. Caregiving can be messy. It can be daunting. It can be weary, but you won't get it all right. I'm telling you, you will not get it all right. But showing up even when hands are open, when hearts are open, that's what's really, really matters. Number 2, so strength and surrender. Resilience isn't about not crying or never breaking. It's about knowing when to rest, when to release control, when to let God carry you through the time that you are. The last one, it taught me faith fuels hope. Faith doesn't erase grief, but it gives you something steady to stand on when everything else feels fragile. It whispered that even in the fading, there is still meaning. I'm going to say that one more time. It whispered, even in the fading, that is still meaning. Now, today, I really want to encourage everyone. If you're walking in this role, caring for a parent, caring for a spouse, caring for a child, hear me clearly. You are not alone. I'm going to say it one more time. You are not alone. It's okay to admit you're tired. It's okay to admit you're scared. It's okay to ask for help. Now, these are the most 3 important things. The reason why I'm repeating this is because I want you to remember this. It's okay to admit you are tired. It's okay to admit you're scared. It's okay to ask for help. The strength is found in pretending to be a superhuman. Strength is found in leaning on God, leaning on your community, and sometimes just in taking one deep breath at a time. Write down those moments worth remembering. Even your loved one cannot. Journal those smiles, the sound of those laughter, the warmth of their hands. Those memories will anchor when you grieve feels like an open sea. And remember, you are doing scarce work. To care for someone as they fade is to remember the very heart of God, who never leave us, who never forgets us, even when we forget ourselves. So I want to really close out where I began with my father. The day came when he looked at me. My name was gone again, but he leaned close and said, I don't know who you are, but I know that you belongs to me. And that warms my heart because he remembered that I'm his daughter, but he didn't know who I was. And I realized that's what love does. It leaves an imprint deeper than memory. So my prayer for you today is this. Even when the memories fade, may love remains. May your presence carry your weight through your words, and your faith carry you through the strength to keep going. Because love remains, and love is enough. And I really want to thank you guys for listening to my story. And that was a heartfelt of me. Strength that never fails was really that. Strength when memories fades. So strength when memory fades is so dear to me. And I have been so blessed to be on this journey. So thank you all for listening. Thank you, Minister Sherelle. Thank you, Lance, for introducing me. And I really appreciate it.
Well, that was incredible. Thank you, Dr. Harris. That was remarkable. I just, I know one of the key takeaways for me is something that I share to families all the time that I have the privilege of helping and supporting, and it's you're not alone, because it can often feel like it's very isolating. And, I love that word daunting. I don't think it gets used enough, because it is daunting, but you're not alone, and that there is help there. And, your keys about, asking and accepting help, and it's okay to be scared and tired. I think people need to realize, it's okay to, feel those things and to acknowledge those things, because I think that actually shows strength, not weakness, when you can acknowledge those things. How about you, Sherelle?
It's just so much to deal with when you're dealing with dementia, right? Like I say, it's a sudden thing that happen, right? A lot of times we don't be paying attention, but it's there, right? Like you say, the subtle forgetfulness, the subtle, I can't find my keys, the subtle, where am I? Sort of that syndrome like that, right? So with all of that being said, Dr. Josephine, you have been so wonderful. And I know you have been here before, my dear sister. Thank you so much. But I want to share this, Dr. Josephine. You said something that resonated with me. And I hope that everybody is taking notes and letting these things resonate with them. Because we may not be dealing with this situation, but we know someone that is dealing with dementia. What they call it impaired cognitive deficiency, whatever they want to call it, is still bottom line dementia, Alzheimer, right? And this is the month too for Alzheimer dementia awareness. So something that you said, and you said that love leaves an imprint. Love leave an imprint. What is the imprint? Your father remembered your voice. He may not have been able to remember your face, but he knew your voice. He knew you belonged to him, right? That was the imprint that was on his heart. And then even though they might not remember everything, it's the little subtle things that they even remember. So we always keep them in that reality of what they know. So thank you so much, Dr. Joe, for sharing that. And then the resilience is another thing. It's not for the faint. Being a caregiver, we already know caregiving is not for the faint. Listen, I don't have no problem passing the torch. I don't care if somebody else pass the baton, baby. Pass the baton. We got to keep this thing real. You know what I'm saying? Listen, I know I am not the only one in this house that can take care of mom and dad and sister and brother. No, we got neighbors, we got friends down the street, we got the church. People in the building that can help us. So never do this alone. This is for everyone that's in the listening audience. Don't do it alone. There's always help. All the support groups in the community. You don't have to do this alone. So, Dr. Josephine Harris, thank you so much, Dr. Joe. You
Thank
always
you.
are hit when you come in. Keep doing what you're doing. Keep taking. I know your dad has passed away. Our condolences and all of that, and just continue to be the best caregiver ever. Because you're also a psychotherapist that deal with the mental health and well-being. So thank you so much, Dr. Joe, and we will definitely be in contact with you. Listen,
Thank you so
Yes,
much.
thank you.
You're very welcome. Any of you that want to connect with Dr. Joe, her information should be in the chat. You can reach out to her on all of the social media platforms. They're all out there. Her and Dr. Chong are all on all the social media platforms. So reach out to them. I know it's somebody that can deal, they have someone in their family that's dealing with dementia, right? Some cognitive impairment, some deficits that's going on. Reach out to Dr. Wayne. That's his specialty. Dr. Joe, she specializes in the mental health arena. So reach out to him. And those are just the first two speakers that have come forth. So we have our next speaker that's coming forth, another powerhouse, Barry Jacobs. Barry J. Jacobs is a clinical psychologist, family therapist, and a principal for Health Management Associates, a national healthcare consulting firm. A former magazine journalist, he is the author of the Emotional Survival Guide for Caregivers, Looking After Yourself and Your Family While Helping an Aging Parent. That came out in 2006. And he's also a co-author with his wife, Julia L. Meyer. P.S. She's a psychology as well, of the AARP Meditations for Caregivers, Practical Emotion and Spiritual Support for You and Your Family. That was a book that was written in 2016. AARP Love and Meaning After 50. The 10 Challenges to Great Relationships and How to Overcome Them. And the AARP Caregiver Answer Book, which just came out in 2025. All of these books can be found on Amazon, or you can also reach out to Dr. Barry J. Jacobs. He has also written a self-help column for caregivers for the AARP.org since 2013, an honorary board member of the Well Spouse Association, and a former director of behavioral sciences for the Crozier Health Family Medicine Residency. He maintains a psychotherapy practice in Media in Pennsylvania, specializing in supporting individuals with chronic and serious illness and their caregivers. For 7 years, he was the primary caregiver for his stepfather with Alzheimer's disease and his mother with vascular dementia. I'm going to let Barry J. Jacobs come share his story his way. Thank you so much. Let's welcome Barry J. Jacobs. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sherelle. Really a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Lance, and thank you all for joining us. This is really an honor to be here with all of you. Patrick, could you pull up my slides and we'll get going here? Yeah. Thank you. So I'm going to talk a little bit about something as a psychologist, which I feel is extremely important and is really a foundation for the psychotherapeutic work that I do with clients. And this is about anger and sadness. And if we can look at those slides again, anger is too easy during caregiving. Sadness is too hard. Next slide, please. And go. Yeah, thank you. And all the material that I'm going to be talking about today is from this book, which Sherelle nicely said was published in 2025, the AARP Caregiver Answer Book. It's about 150 questions and answers on all aspects of caregiving. It just came out in July, and as you can see from the cover there, it's co-written with my wife of 35 years, Julie Mayer. Next slide, please. So I want to share a family photograph with you. This is my parents' wedding in 1957. And there's my mom in the lovely white taffeta dress on the right, and my dad in the snazzy white tuxedo on the left. And there's my father's mother, my grandmother, standing in between them, which is actually where she liked to be in their marriage. My grandmother was a very overbearing mother and mother-in-law who really wanted to maybe be the central figure in my parents' marriage. And my mother kind of put up with her until when my dad was 51 and I was 14, my dad developed brain cancer. And then what happened is that my mother and grandmother proceeded to fight about everything that they could possibly fight about regarding my father's cancer. They fought about where he was going to be treated. They fought about what treatments he was going to receive. Though my mother had the legal right to make decisions for my father's care, my father unfortunately lost the power of speech and was not able to really express his own wishes. My grandmother felt it was her right because she loved my father more to make decisions for him. So my mother and grandmother were very, very angry with one another during my father's cancer. My father died 10 months later, and my mother and grandmother then did not speak again for 17 years until the day of my wedding 17 years later. And I share this story by way of saying, this is my original family caregiving story. This is what actually kind of set the mold for me to become a psychologist focusing on family caregiving. This was all about anger. My family was riven apart by anger. I still had a relationship with my grandmother after my father died. But when I would go to visit her and my grandfather, my grandmother would just badmouth my mother all the time. And that anger made it very difficult to be with her. Next slide, please. And now this is another family photograph from 2017. And this is these two smiling people here are me on the right, looking a bit younger, and my mother on the left. As Sherelle mentioned, my mother had vascular dementia. This was actually very close to the end of her life. It was about a month before she died. And we look like two peas in a pod, like we are happiest as could be together. But the truth is, during the 7 years that I took care of my mother and her second husband, my stepfather, my mother and I fought like crazy, just like my mother and grandmother had fought. My mother didn't want to give up control of her life. She didn't want me to help her in any way. She felt that receiving care from me was disempowering for her. And so she pushed me away as much as she could. And for safety reasons, I couldn't allow her to do that. I needed to care for her the best I could to ensure that she would be okay. But we had many, many battles during those caregiving years. They were not peaceful years. They unfortunately were angry years. And that has unfortunately, in the years since my mother died, has made grieving her harder. It took me years to stop being angry at her and really to feel more of the sadness, which I believe is underneath most of the angry feelings that come up at caregiving. Next slide, please. So I have seen in my clinical practice and in the speaking I do that there are many caregivers that are angry. And I think that there are benefits of anger. I don't want to say that anger is just all wrong. I think that there are benefits. So when caregivers express anger, they're, as it says here on the slide, they're able to vent some of their frustrations, which they have many frustrations, as many of you probably know. Sometimes they don't feel like they can be heard unless they really raise their voice. And by being angry, they draw attention to their concerns. And sometimes they have to express anger or just express themselves very forcefully in order to prove other people wrong or to have some influence over their behavior because they don't feel like they can be heard or have any influence otherwise. So the anger becomes a way of magnifying their voice. Next slide, please. We also know that there are plenty of reasons why caregivers can be angry or even should be angry. And so the research suggests that caregivers who feel like they had no choice about caregiving, or they often cope worse with caregiving, and they often feel very angry. Folks who feel very trapped by their caregiving, they're trapped by the joylessness of it, by the drudgery of it, are very angry. And oftentimes, when caregivers feel like they're bending over backwards and making sacrifices to care for a care receiver, and that care receiver, instead of being grateful, is resentful toward them, that often makes that caregiver very angry too. And you can see lots of, a number of other reasons here on the slide. But the point of the matter here is that there are legitimate reasons for caregivers to be angry. The point is that I'm making today is I don't think anger is the best emotion to help us deal with caregiving. Next slide, please. The other thing that goes on in caregiving, which often causes anger, are the kind of family dynamics which occur. So imagine this is a sister and a brother, and the sister says to the brother, "Dad seems to be slipping cognitively. We need to help him more." And the brother, instead of saying, "Sure, sis, how can I help?" Brother says, "What are you talking about? I spoke with Dad last week and he's fine. You're always trying to control everyone. Leave him alone." Now, that's not a very generous response on the part of the brother. As a matter of fact, it's quite a rejecting and critical response. And this sister, I will guarantee you, will get angry at her brother for his response, legitimately so. But her anger at her brother is not going to bring the two of them together in caring for their father. Next slide, please. Or to share another family situation, this husband says to his wife, "You're never home. You don't make dinner anymore. What's happening to our marriage?" And the wife says, "My mother has dementia and needs my help. I cannot neglect her. You can take care of yourself for once. Why can't you support me and not criticize me all the time?" And I have seen many couples where this issue comes up, where the spouse who is caring for a parent feels like the other spouse should just let them do what they need to do. And the fact is, sometimes the other spouse is not so understanding, and that leads to anger. Next slide, please. But I will tell you that in my experience, that families who are involved in caregiving, that when anger is the dominant emotion, those family members don't fare well. Those caregivers don't fare well because it doesn't bring them together. A house divided doesn't stand. That what happens is, as it's happened in my family with my fathers and my grandmother and my mother, is that there are long-term schisms that result. Because the feelings that people have during caregiving, sometimes the hurtful things that are said, often have an afterlife after caregiving is over. People remember what was said, and those relationships are sometimes either strengthened during caregiving because people pulled together, or they're weakened because they pulled apart during the time that they were caring for someone. What I believe, and really what the gist of my short talk is today, is that when family members can share sad feelings instead, they're much more likely to come together, to commiserate with one another, and to really be together in emotional communion about what's going on with the care receiver. Next slide, please. So why is sadness so important? And I actually think sadness is the most important and the most healing of emotions that human beings have. That when we have many reasons during caregiving to be sad. We certainly grieve the care receiver after they die, but we have much grief during the time that they're declining. We have a lot of grief about how the family life is being disrupted by the caregiving. We have a lot of grief about the sacrifices that we have to make, the friendships we have to step away from, the hobbies, maybe even the jobs we have to either cut back on or quit in order to take care of someone. And I've also seen that, however, that many, many people are afraid of sadness. They're afraid that they're going to get overwhelmed by sadness, or that sadness is like a slippery slope, that they allow themselves to feel sad, that they're going to slide all the way to the bottom of the slope, and they're going to wind up being severely depressed. And I can tell you that's not the case in 99.9% of the folks that I work with. So anger becomes a shield or a cover to help them avoid sadness. It's easier to be angry than it is to be sad, but that sadness is normal and is crucial for personal growth, and is crucial for coping with caregiving. Next slide, please. So how do we turn anger into sadness, which is really a lot of what the clinical work is that I do? And I think the most important thing on the slide is seeing the forest for the trees. And let me tell you what I mean by that. When I was my mom's caregiver, I could be angry at her for not allowing me to organize her pillbox. I could be angry at her because she spent money I didn't want her spending. I could be angry at her because she has a doctor's appointment at 11 in the morning and it's 9:30 in the morning and she still won't get out of bed, and I can't get her out of bed. She just won't get out of bed. There are always things every day that we can find during caregiving that are frustrating, that are irritating, that we can get angry at. But when we step back and see the forest for the trees, what we see is a picture of someone we love who is declining. And there's so much sadness to that we're not just feeling it, they're feeling it too. They may be resorting to anger, but if we resort to anger in kind, we're only exacerbating the situation. And we're almost in a kind of collusion with them to avoid the sadness. It's really important to trust that all of us can bear sad feelings, that there isn't a slippery slope leading to depression, that we have to accept anger, that that's something that's normal to caregiving, but we can make the choice not to express it because expressing it can often be hurtful. And I would say that when we're able to be more empathic, to even when someone is angry at us, to be able to understand that beneath their anger is sadness, then we're able to better support them and connect with them. And when we're able to model sadness, model our own vulnerability by expressing our sadness, we better enable them to also express their sadness. When we express our sadness, they express their sadness about just what a sad situation this is. We pull together. We care for one another better. We have stronger family relationships in the long run rather than have weaker ones because anger has torn us asunder. Next slide, please. So I like this photograph because ultimately this is what we want. We want to really be together and in a loving way with one another, caring for one another. But if what we're dealing with, if the situation is a sad one, sometimes the best route to coming together like this is to be sad together. Next slide, please. As I mentioned, as you heard Sherelle mention, I've written 4 books, 3 of them on family caregiving. The most current one, the one that just came out in July, is the one on the left, the ARP Caregiver Answer book. The others, the middle one, is all about inspirational stories for caregivers that, again, I co-wrote with my wife. And the first one I wrote years ago, almost 20 years ago now, was all about the 7 most important tasks that all caregivers ought to pay attention to. And that includes why that includes allowing yourself to be sad. Next slide, please. Here's my contact information. Always happy to interact with folks, with caregivers, and with folks who just want to talk. And the website has all information about my background. But I want to thank you again for your attention today. Thank you, Sherelle. Thank you, Lance, for this opportunity. And Patrick, you can take my slides down now. Thank you.
Thank you, Barry. Thank you so much, Barry, for sharing that with us. Wow, you came with a wealth of information and taking care of a loved one. So it's definitely a lot that goes along with taking care of a loved one. Just like you said, the title of your story was the sadness. That anger is too easy during caregiving. Sadness is too hard. And either way it go, it can definitely be a situation where it can end up being sadness, anger, everyone having all these different emotional feelings, right? Because remember what I always say, that a lot of people get thrust into being a caregiver in some instances, or they subtly go into it with resentment in some cases. So thank you so much for that, Barry J. Jacobs. Anyone can connect with you. You can go on any of the sites and connect with Barry with his books. I'm sure they're on Amazon. He's a member of the AARP board. Connect with Barry. Barry is over on the LinkedIn, so connect with him. He has some very important information. And listen, the good thing about connecting with one another is that we can learn from one another as caregivers. No one knows it all, but someone does have the answer to what you're looking for. So thank you so much, Barry, for that. We appreciate your time, and we'll see you at the next one.
Thank you, Sherelle. See you soon.
Absolutely. Thank you. Have a great day. Okay. So listen, people, it is so wonderful to be here for such a time as this. This is the time right now. You're in the right place at the right time. You could have been anywhere else, but you chose to be here with us today, and we truly appreciate it. So, without further ado, we're going to bring next to the stage Dawn C. Staub. Dawn brings over 25 years of experience as a licensed professional counselor, author, speaker, coach, and consultant. With a strong foundation in trauma addiction, CBT, and DBT, Dawn has dedicated her career to helping caregivers recognize, prevent, and heal from burnout. Dawn, oh my goodness, let's talk about this. I'm just put a little plug right there because guess what? Burnout is the word, baby. Okay, let me keep going here. Her recently released book, Always on Duty, equips caregivers with strategies to navigate stress through self regulation, improve communication, build connection, and create space for joy, even in the midst of demanding roles. Her work blends clinical expertise with lived experiences, offer encouragement and hope to those who often put themselves last. Beyond the professional life, Dawn finds joy in traveling with her husband and spending time with her family, especially her three cherished grandchildren, Carson, Avery, and Roman. And I see they put a smile on your face, Dawn. So, Dawn, we'd like to welcome Dawn with her inspiring story. And Dawn is going to talk to us about caregiving without burnout. My ears are pierced, Dawn. Take it away.
Thank you, Sherelle. I have to say, several months ago when I was first asked to be part of this symposium, I was super excited. It was hard for me to kind of pull back and figure out what do I want to say. And even this morning at 4 a.m., I was starting to think maybe I need to shift a little bit. And I did. And Sherelle might be feeling a little anxious right now with me saying that, but I kind of had this realization this morning. And as she was talking, it just reinforced to me that I needed to kind of take it this direction. We have so many terms out there for what you guys are doing, and it might be a family caregiver, but not all of you are probably family members. And then there's the term informal caregiver. And one of the things I kind of don't like about that is that informal to me, one, kind of takes away from the really difficult job you guys are doing. You guys go out there and you take on and you learn some things about medicine that you probably never expected in your life that you would do. But on that flip side, I also work with people, because I work in a hospital setting, that actually are doing the job of a medical professional. But guess what? They're also caregivers. And so I like to use the term unexpected caregiver. And I think it just sits so well. And nobody goes into this or starts their life with oh, hey, maybe I'll grow up and I'll have to put in really hard, demanding work caring for my loved one with a critical or a chronic illness. And that's what you guys have elected to do, not out of choice, but often out of necessity. So what I wanted to share was October 3rd, last month, my dad went in for a heart cath. We knew that there was a pretty big probability that he'd probably end up with a stent or two. But 2 hours later, we were told he needed open heart surgery. So on October 7th, the day my dad turned 75 years old, he was gifted a double bypass at the hospital system that I work at. And so I think that was just another example to me. My mother has been a caregiver from the time I've been young, caring for people in the neighborhood who, again, were not family. But here she was, being this unexpected caregiver for my dad. I have a sister who has 9 brain tumors, has had 13 brain surgeries. My sister-in-law, October 20th, had back surgery. Like, it happens. And it doesn't just happen once. It seems like it's a very one after the other, not just in my family, but probably in yours. That's why I felt so impassioned with writing and publishing my book, Always on Duty. There's been so many caregivers around me that I see the way it impacts them. But also, as a licensed professional counselor, I see each and every day people who are coming in, who are caring for their loved ones. And I'm hearing them tell me how difficult it is, how it's impacting them. And I needed to be able to do something to be able to help them and help myself along the way. So I often kind of joke, and I always say it's as simple as ABC and 1, 2, 3. But I feel like it's really important to say that simple is not the same thing as being easy. So I'm going to go over the information that I share in my book, Always on Duty, but I am going to be honest in saying that it's going to sound a lot of times very simplistic, but I do acknowledge it's a challenge to implement, and sometimes it can really take some work to get the skills down. But once you do, I hear people say to me like, wow, I was surprised how quickly it actually started to help. So having said that, I'm going to actually challenge you to do something right now. I want you to kind of check in, see how your body is feeling. Is there any tense muscles? Are you noticing any discomfort? Overall, how's your general mood? And I'm going to say again, it is possible to caregive without burnout. When I said those words, did you notice anything change? Did your stomach maybe tighten a little bit? Mine did. Actually saying that to people and making the suggestion that it doesn't have to hurt quite as deep still gets to me sometimes, because I understand people are impacted with the hard work that you're doing. So what we're going to look at is really, what are the steps? What are those ABCs and 1, 2, 3s that can help it not, again, hurt quite as deep? It's never going to be easy. It's never going to be pleasant. There will be some pleasant moments if you let them kind of shine through. So with A, I always start with kind of saying, that's our awareness. And there's a couple of things that we need to be aware of. Like cognitively, do you even know what your symptoms of burnout are? I actually had created a survey. I call it the PICS, the Personal Impact of Caregiving Survey. And it just goes through and it asks some people, like, are you feeling less hopeful? Are you noticing muscle pain and tension? Are you getting sick more frequently? Those types of questions. Those are symptoms of burnout. But there's also the somatic part of that. It's how does burnout feel in your body? How does tension and stress feel inside your body? Because as you're going through your daily activities as being a caregiver, when we're in a tight, tense body, that actually embeds memories into our brain a little bit differently. We've all heard about trauma-informed care these days, and I believe it's what we need to shift towards with caregiving too. Both for the loved ones, but also the idea of trauma-informed care for you guys who are doing that hard work of being a caregiver. So I often teach people to do what's called self-regulation. It's a really, again, simple idea. And I have a YouTube video out. It's about 8 minutes long. And since I only had 10 minutes, we don't have time for all of it. Check in with your body again. And I'm going to have you do one thing. I'm going to have you take the deepest breath you can in through your nose. And as you exhale, I want you to push it all out at one time. I'm going to demonstrate. So right now I noticed when I checked in with my body that I was actually tensing my legs up a little bit. So I went ahead and I relaxed them. And now I'm going to do it. And I'd like you to kind of do it along with me. So check in with your body. Does it feel any different? A lot of times I get people say like, wow, I feel a little lighter. There was a muscle that I didn't realize was kind of tense, but after that breath, it feels a little relaxed. That's what made me notice it. Those are the things that we're talking about. And so the awareness is really getting you to know at a conscious level, but also that physical level, what's happening in your body. The B stands for beliefs and behaviors. Think back to a minute ago when I was talking about my dad having double bypass on his 75th birthday. I then went on to say he was given the gift of a double bypass. And honestly, I use those words because those were the words that my dad had used prior to the surgery, more so than afterwards. Several weeks out, he can start seeing it as a gift again. But he had actually acknowledged, like, he knew it wasn't going to be pleasant. He knew it was going to be hard going through the surgery. But because of that surgery, he has been gifted, hopefully, years longer to live and be with us. And so often the things that I hear from people are comments like, my loved one does fill in the blank on purpose. As soon as someone thinks, my loved one did this on purpose, what happens is it changes our behaviors. We yell. Maybe we throw things. Maybe we just stomp around the house a little bit more, give the silent treatment. So when we can challenge those beliefs, and I am in no way suggesting that you ignore, like Barry said, like sadness is important to feel and acknowledge. We can still have anger with it too. We want the anger to be at the disease, not the loved one. So if we challenge that a little bit and we think like, yeah, this happened without judgment. So my loved one dropped their drink. I have to clean it up. I'm not happy about cleaning it up. But when I remember that truly they didn't do it on purpose, it was an accident, it helps me to, again, go back to that awareness, that self-regulation, to be able to behave in a way that I don't end up feeling so much guilt or shame. That's the other thing I hear about from caregivers like you, is that people will say, you know, I acted this way. I didn't want to. Like, I feel bad at the back end. So when we self-regulate, when we don't have our own threat response activated, we can think more logically about the situations we're facing every day. It does not make us like them. It just helps us stay in control. And so that's where I kind of go into the next area, which is that C. And there's 3 aspects to this. And that is communication, commitment, and connection. And so again, communication isn't just the words that we say. And I'm not going to get real deep into this either, but there's something called mirror neurons. And so when we're in a bad mood, when we're giving the silent treatment, maybe not even on purpose, other people are noticing we're quiet. They're starting to react and respond and match our, energy at that moment. And so there's a lot in those nonverbals that can happen, even the tone of our voice when we are saying words. Barry also had commented that with communication, I often hear people say, I need help. I hear help isn't a clearly defined explanation of what we need, though. Now, if I say, I have a doctor's appointment on Friday of next week in the morning, and I need someone to come sit with mom while I go to my appointment. Now I know I have clearly identified what I need. Does it mean that somebody's going to raise their hand and volunteer? No, but it improves the probability that someone is going to say yes. The other thing that happens is we say we need help. Somebody, sends over a pizza and they go, I don't know why they said I didn't never help. Look, I sent them dinner. By being more specific, we allow other people the opportunity to help us in the ways that we need the help most. So with commitment, again, as I mentioned, we don't have control over other people. We can't force them to help us. But what ends up happening with commitment, especially, I have people use contracts, and it might seem a little strange, but it gives family members the opportunity to very specifically write down what they can and will commit to. It holds them accountable, and it also reminds us what those, acknowledgments were from them. By doing this, even when we hear a no, again, we don't like it, but we can stop wasting energy trying to convince someone, trying to force them or control them, which we have no power to do, in helping. And so that's another important reason why commitment and getting some written contracts can actually be quite helpful in caregiving. And so this allows us to do that third, that connection. Because what we find is we start connecting to the people who are able to give us the help and support that we need and we want. Beyond that, we can actually start connecting with ourselves more, because if we quit putting that energy towards controlling others, we have that energy to put towards ourselves. I hear so many caregivers say, I have lost and forgotten who I am during this journey. And that pains me when I hear that. In my ideal world, we would never have to deal with that. But I can say that I have worked with people who have felt that way, but been able to kind of rediscover who they are as they're going through that caregiving role, but also be able to identify who they are going to be after that caregiving role. Because at some point it does end, and we need to be ready for that also. So while I can't make it easy for you, I can't take away the pain or the uncomfortable emotions that you experience. As we've heard from other presenters here today, the one thing that we can do is figure out what we need and also be able to help ourselves in just a little bit of a more structured and self-regulated way. And so I want to thank everybody for allowing me to present to you guys today. I am going to go ahead and put those links out there into the chat for my self-regulation video. I'm also going to invite you to follow me on Facebook, because here before the end of the month, I'm going to have out a course that's going to go through in pretty good detail the communication and commitment aspects and what I use with individuals. And I'm going to give that to everybody here on the symposium, and it's going to be free. So I am looking forward to hearing from you guys and knowing how much it's helped you guys in the future. So thank you for letting me spend this time with you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Dawn, oh my goodness. How many caregivers? Listen, I need you guys to engage with us in the chat. Are y'all in the audience? I'm talking about even my speakers. Engage with us in the chat, okay? Put something in the chat on Facebook. We on Facebook. We on YouTube. We on LinkedIn. Go over to any of those social media sites and chime in. What have you taken away from the previous speakers, and what have you received from Dawn? This is an engaging conversation here. We're not just here to listen. We're here to listen, learn, and engage and respond in the comments. Okay? Let's do this. So Dawn, let me just engage you right now.
Absolutely.
Because I am serious about, when we talk about things, right? I don't want you to just come in, just talk, and then you leave off the stage. I want to I may want to ask you a question.
Okay.
Like right now, give us a definition of burnout in your own words.
Yeah. So burnout is when people feel emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, physically exhausted.
Just exhausted from caregiving.
Yeah. And, burnout happens for professional caregivers too. And being in that hospital setting, that's really where I had started out, was doing what was called an accelerated recovery program with professional caregivers. And I did. I started looking around at my family and going, why wouldn't this work for them? And so I took that information with forward facing, and I really started to shift it into how does this apply for people who are unexpected caregivers? And it applies quite well.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dawn. I want you to do the simplicity of it. Listen, guys, I know right now someone in this audience is feeling overwhelmed, fatigued, mentally, spiritually, financially. What about financially? With all this stuff going on with democracy, we are feeling some kind of way. I mean, we got to be trans with ourselves and transparent with others, because people are feeling some kind of way about this democracy and how all this financial thing has come into play. Please reach out to someone. You don't have to do this alone. There should be someone in your circle that you should be able to talk with, pray with. Maybe you can borrow money from them at a time like this. It's not that you need it for a long period of time. You just need it for right now, right? We all need some help along the way. I'm not exempt either, right? So reach out to someone. There's someone in your circle that you can reach out to. So Dawn C. Staub, we thank you for sharing your caregiver journey with caregiving without burnout. Reach out to Dawn. She's on LinkedIn. She's on Facebook. Connect with her. We all need to connect with someone. Okay? And with that being said, thank you so much, Dawn. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
My pleasure. And so next, moving on, we're going to take an intermission. We're going to take a break. Let's take about 5 minutes, guys, and let's meet back here in 5 minutes. We'll see you then. Thank you.
The Global Caregivers Network presents the first annual Global Male Caregivers Summit, coming your way April 13th, 2024, beginning at 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Register on Eventbrite to hear from the most amazing and powerfully inspiring men as they share caregiving from the male perspective. Grab your ticket today and we'll see you there.
Let the mic speak up. The male perspective. Caregiving knows no boundaries. It's time to hear from the voices that often go unheard. Meet our global male caregiver speakers, sharing their powerful stories, experiences, and insights. Introducing our esteemed presenters, Dr. Wayne Freemantle, Kevin Jordan, Dr. George M. Ackerman, Trevor Jeremiah Carter, Keith Demps, Basiliso, Bas Moreno, Lance Aslatin, Mark Barkavisser, Michael Waters, Scott Wells. Connect, learn, be inspired. Together, we are stronger. Together, we make a difference.
Okay, we're back. We're back. She's here. There she is. Okay, what they say, do not fret. We are here. Lance, how you feeling?
Good, Sherelle. Good. It's been a great day so far. Some great speakers, a lot of helpful information, and I think it gives people hope.
Absolutely. So, in the caregivers that have come forth already, can you just share with us and the audience one takeaway that you received from one of the speakers so far?
Yeah, well, at least for me, I know with Dr. Harris, something that I use often, and she had a lot of great information was, you are not alone. And I think that really everything stems from that for me. I think, from those roots, you get, the fruit of all the other information. Don't be afraid to ask for help. Don't be afraid to accept help. And, don't be concerned about what people may think, like, oh, don't be afraid to say you're scared, or it's okay to admit that you're tired. I mean, we're all human and we need to get rest, right? But sometimes being that family caregiver, you don't often, maybe realize or even appreciate that you have that luxury of getting to rest, right? And so, it's okay to have those feelings and to experience those things. But if you're not alone, I think it gives you that, that hope to move forward, and knowing that others are out there that can either support you or have gone through what you're going through.
Absolutely. And I'll piggyback on what you're saying, Lance. That's absolutely right. Because caregivers, if we have 63 million plus caregivers around the world, there's no reason why you should be doing this alone.
Right.
And I mean what I say, because people actually feel that way. I get emails and things like that for, support groups and things like that. How can they get help? All you got to do is Google.
Yeah, absolutely.
Everything is a Google, baby. Everything. Yeah. You can Google caregiver support group. You can Google dementia help. Everything is right there for you.
Yeah, absolutely.
With that being said, yeah, no one should be doing this alone. Unless you just, I know in some instances, people may be a stickler about, who needs to do what. But even with that, Lance, you can still use help, because there's going to come a time when you're going to feel burned out. Absolutely. I mean, literally at both ends of the stick. So, yes, reach out for help, good people. There's help out there for you. So without further ado, I'm going to thank you so much, Lance.
You're
So
welcome.
without further ado, I'm going to bring to the stage next the wonderful Daniela Russo Gavallo. She is an internationally recognized gerontologist, and she also works in the neuroscience area. With over 15 years of experience in aged care across Brazil, New Zealand, and Australia, the founder of Whispers of Love Care, Daniela, she blends neuroscience education with the 5 love languages. Yay, Daniela! Let's talk about it. She has she has a framework to transform dementia care into a more human, compassionate, and culturally sensitive experience. She has trained thousands of health professionals, caregivers, and community members worldwide, delivering workshops that combine humor, science, and heartfelt storytelling. Drawing on her multicultural background and personal journey, her mother was diagnosed with young onset dementia at 52. Daniela advocates for care approaches that honor both biological and humanity. Her work has been featured in conferences, aged care organizations, and dementia advocacy networks across multiple continents. And she continues to inspire her mission to connect science with love in every interaction. Let us welcome, as we bring to the stage, Daniela Russo Gavallo.
Thank Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. That was a really good presentation of myself. But I would like to take everyone today. Here in Australia is evening, so sorry if my voice looks a little bit tired. But I would like to take everyone to somewhere really personal with me. As Cheryl mentioned, my mom was diagnosed with dementia when she was 52 years old, the official diagnosis. I was a cognitive therapist by that time. So I had the degree, I have the neuroscience book. I thought I knew everything. But when my mom was diagnosed with dementia, I was really in the night. How come someone in her 50s, someone very active with no health problems, no other problems, could develop dementia? So when she looked at me and she could not recognize me, all the signs that I knew fell in silence to me. I could not understand. In that day, when I have my mom's PET scan that say, yes, she has dementia, I learned something really, really profound, that love and science must walk hand in hand. When my mom was diagnosed with dementia, I was a single mom with 4 children. My youngest was very young, 1 year old. I was living overseas. I was living in New Zealand. My mom was back in Brazil. So I defined myself a virtual caregiver because I could not be present physically to support her. But I was online, thank God for the technology. It was my beginning of my career in aged care in New Zealand. So it was a lot of mix of feelings, a mix of guilt to not be next to my mother, a mix of I would like to understand what's going on with her brain. I went to talk with my friends, neuroscientists, neurological doctors. No one could give me the answer that I want to hear. The answer was, can someone cure my mother? And I was trying during years and years to find a solution to stop dementia, to slow down dementia. I was so involved on that I could not enjoy the time with my mother, it was always, I'd like to understand more her brain, and it was not the true connection. So I was missing that. While my mom was battling with dementia, as I mentioned, I was working aged care in New Zealand. So I have a high number of clients that they were living with dementia, but I didn't have the emotional connection in the beginning with them. I was their support worker, her caregiver. Then I become their specialist. But in the beginning, I was behind clinical eyes. I didn't have that true connection with my heart. And everything seemed so overwhelming, so exhausted that I didn't know what to do. I was just observing my father, looking after my mother with a lot of love, but with a lot of humor. And for the 15 years, he was looking after her. Of course, he was exhausting. Of course, he was sad, overwhelmed, but he didn't fall apart. Thank you, Lord, for that. And then I decided to start my journey. I start try understand a little bit more about the language of love, how we can apply the language of love when you are supporting someone living with dementia. And I discovered that when we support someone living with dementia, we have to go beyond the clinical eyes. Yes, medicine is important, science is important, but love is more important than everything. If you can combine the two, that's a powerful tool when you are supporting someone living with dementia. Through my clients, thousands of clients that I have been supporting, observe my father by distance, support my mother. We were talking every day. I would support him, telling him, oh, I'm doing this with few clients. Let's try with mom like that. And it was always very, very natural because we were very close family. And I could see when the signs meet the heart, things getting really extraordinary because support living with dementia or support any human takes so much from us and go deep in our emotions. And it's hard because we're always frustrated. I think one of the main things about to be a caregiver is how to deal with the frustration that we want to complete the tasks. One example, we want someone that we're supporting to have a shower in that time because we have an agenda. And that person, she refused or he refused the shower. And then we deal with that situation, but after half hour, we have another situation to deal. And then we're going to deal with a lot of frustration during the day. So my goal was always, even as a professional, I feel frustrated sometimes that I plan a lot of things and nothing happened. So how I could heal my frustration, how I could support my mother and all the clients that I have been working together. And I understand that the language of love is so important because like the brain, we have to stimulate our five senses to have the full capacity in your brain. And the language of love is always match each of our sense. So through my experience, through my education, how I support caregivers, private or informal, how to be at home or in a workplace, how actually we can support the person, but also support yourself to not feel overwhelmed or to not feel frustrated. Every reaction, every things that we do, even a silence, is a neurological reason behind it. If a person is anxious or refuse a shower or don't want to do something, it's not a bad behavior. It's the brain saying, listen, I'm not safe. This is what people doesn't understand when we are supporting another person. That person has a brain. I always like to tell the brain as a third person. So this brain, he's under a lot of stress, under so much stress. So it's not someone that easily can make decisions or easily can be an easygoing person. The brain is looking for, is in a survival mode. I call primitive brain. People living with dementia, that brain is so much under stress. Remember, is trying to survive. So the cortisol, the hormones of stress, is very, very high level. If we force tasks, if you share our frustration with the person living with dementia, we are going to make this cortisol, this hormone in the brain, become high and high and high level. So I learned that through very, very small and simple tasks like touch the person very gently or smile or use a very calming tone of voice, that is the chemistry of the brain. That's making the chemistry of connection. That's so important to our nervous system. When we do things that we activate the oxytocin, the dopamine, the serotonin, the hormones that produce that feeling of well-being to the brain, is already proved by the scientists that we can lower our cortisol. So the brain won't be so much on fire all the time. So all the confront when we have someone refusing a shower, one example, is not because the person is stubborn or have, I hear a lot, bad behavior, oh, my mom, my father, my husband, they are so difficult. They have very strong personality. Actually, if we have to try understand the brain, not the person, when you understand how dementia affect the brain, you can find better response for that situation and you don't overwhelm yourself. My mother, she lived with dementia for 15 years. So actually, on the medical perspective, it's a lot of years. I say for that, of course, her physically was for that, but also the way that we were supporting her with a lot of humor. We never take something very serious. I always share with people, let's pick up your battle. So time to time, the family comes to me and shares things like, I hate my husband. I want to kill my husband. Or I can't stand more with my mother. We fight all the time. And when I learn, I listen, I say, what's the complaint? Why you're so frustrated? It's so very, very, very small things, but I do understand as a caregiver perspective, each drop you feel the cup of water, and one day, guess what? That water is going to split. But if we know that actually is not the person, is the brain reaction for that situation, you're going to feel that's okay. My mom is still there. My father is still there. The love is still there. One example that's happened, I think 2 weeks ago, I have one of my clients with a very strong opinion what he wants. He has severe dementia and he wants to keep drinking coffee before go home. He comes to my center, stay 6 hours, and then we drive him back home. So he has a cup of coffee And then, of course, he forgot. He once again, we have ones of the car, load of the clients just waiting for him. So each staff went there and tried, let's go, it's time to go home. He was refusing. But my staff was in the rush moment, you have to finish, you are finished your time to work, you have to drive all these clients. So the body language, the tone of voice, people living with dementia, they pick everything because the brain, remember, is in full alert because it's in a survival mode. So they call me because they say, oh, we don't know what to do. He keep asking coffee. And then I just stand in front of him. I just blink to him and I said his name, like, let's say, John. I blink, your card is ready. Are you ready? He blinked back to me. He stand up and he shake hands, say, thank you so much for everything you do for me. And he was so happy. It was like 40 minutes, a battle between staff and him to stand up and go to the car, and a blink and a smile and a soft tone of voice, and my body language very calm because I was not in that situation, making him go to the car happy without refuse. So this is what's the language of love. You have to identify how you can connect it with the person. And when I say language of love, I'm not saying nothing romantic, because this can be for paid caregiver. What's the language of love of your client? What things would connect you and him? Because the human interaction should be two things together, is two ways. Otherwise, even the paid caregiver is going to feel overwhelmed if she just give, because sometimes we know money is not everything. I may get paid, but I don't have the joy. I don't feel happy in my job. So that relationship between caregiver and the person that you are supporting has to be a communication, two ways. Through the language of love, I discover that that's possible. We have to pick it up our battles. The brain is something magic. We know dementia has no cure. We know that's a muscular disease. We know everything bad about dementia. But I see dementia as well as an opportunity for we make new connections, children to reconnect with their parents, a wife and a husband reconnect with their marriage. All the time someone say, I got enough, I cannot live more with my husband in dementia, I always tell them to reflect, why you marry him first instance? Because that man or that woman, they still there. Let's go find them. And it's a process that I support my clients. And until now, my mom passed away last year, so I'm still grieving. And I say that's okay to grieve. But my mother left to me a legacy. I could not physically support my mother, but I could support thousands of people during these 15 years working. And that's the rewarding to see people navigate through this dementia care journey with a smile in the face, picking up the battles. The other day, one family told me about someone put tea towels in the freezer, and she was so upset about that. And then I make a little bit fun. I say, well, how come in summertime you have frozen tea towels? That's good. And we laugh. So I would like to say thank you for everyone listening to me. And just keep in mind, the power of love is the most powerful therapy that the brain understands better than any medicine available. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Daniela. Thank you. Thank you so much, Dan.
Nice job.
We can call you Danny. We don't call you Danny, right? So thank you so,
Yes,
so much for that, Danny. And we know with the dementia, the five language of love. So it's always good to use that touch, as you mentioned, and that is the best thing that we can do is to use touch when dealing with the love languages and dementia. So with that being said,
it is.
anything you have to
Thank you
say,
so
Lance?
much.
No, thank you, Danny.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I just wanted to add, Danny,
Lance?
yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
I just wanted to add, Danny, I applaud you, and I really could not agree more with you when you mentioned that, love and science need to walk hand in hand, because,
Mhm.
there's one side of care that requires the science and the medicine and the pharmaceutical interventions and, the healthcare aspect. But I feel like there's also the side where, that love and compassion from your family and friends also plays a role in your healing. There's a billboard here in Michigan that one of our major healthcare systems had put up not too long ago, where it says mind, body, and spirit. And I
Mhm.
feel like that does all work together. I tell people all the time, you can get a diagnosis, you can get the treatment, but that person also has to be a participant in that treatment and in
Mhm.
that diagnosis. And I think by having that support and that love from their, social circles and their friends and their family, I think that helps aid in their healing and in that caregiving journey.
Absolutely. So with that being said, Daniela, thank you so much for joining us. And we look forward, listen, good people in the audience and our colleagues, our other speakers, chat with Daniela in the comments. Put your comments in the chat, please, and let's connect and join
Yes.
with one another in love, as she said.
Thank you so much. Love for
Thank you,
everyone.
Daniela.
Thank
Thank
you,
you
Danny.
so much,
Bye.
Daniela. Okay, Lance,
Yes.
wow. So far, it has been extraordinary. We have learned so much from the top of the hour from Dr. Wayne Freeman Chung, where he came in and spoke to us about uh, from caregiving, from caregiver to caregiving advocate. Then we
Yes.
had the wonderful Dr. Joseph L. Harris. She spoke about strength when the memories fade. Then from there, we had Barry J. Jacobs. He talked about anger is too easy doing caregiving, sadness is too hard.
Yes.
Then from there, Dawn C. Staub, she talked about caregiving without burnout. And just before us, right here, we had Daniela Russo. She talked about empowering dementia care through love and science. I want you
Absolutely.
guys in the audience to engage with us. Put in the chat one takeaway from one or two or maybe three of the presenters that have come forth already. You've been here, you've been listening. Chat with us, comment, put something in the chat, let us know that you're with us, engage with us, okay? Because there's a lot to learn when you're talking about caregiving. If there's 63 million caregivers out there and we come to share just a fraction of our caregiving experience, then there definitely should be something we should be talking about. So put it in
Absolutely.
the chat. Listen, if you want to connect with someone, put it in the chat. How can I connect with them? What's going on? It's a lot going on in caregiving. I mean, I wish someone, I don't know if they're coming on the platform, but I don't think so, where we could have talked about the financial burden,
Hmm.
if you will, of caregiving. A lot of caregivers are spending money out of their pocket, especially when they don't know about the resources in the community. So
Right.
that can be something that we can talk about maybe on the next platform, because finances is definitely something that need to be talked about when you are thrust into caregiving, and more importantly, when you continue to be a caregiver. What do you think, Lance?
No, I couldn't agree more, Sherelle. I was just thinking, it's really like a puzzle, and all of our speakers today, yourself and myself included, we're just pieces to the puzzle. It takes all of these different disciplines and all of these different experts to be able to put that puzzle together so that caregivers can see the full picture of how they need to, move forward. Like you said, from the financial, from the emotional, from the physical, from the health side of things. It's not a one size fits all. There's not one speaker that is going to give you the silver bullet. You got to take from everywhere and put your puzzle together to make your caregiving journey for you and your loved one as successful as possible.
Absolutely. And I totally agree. And this is why the theme of this third annual National Family Caregiver Symposium is about we're taking a holistic approach, self-awareness and self-care, and then also the resources. We need resources. People need resources. They need tools and things to work with in the community. So if you're in the chat, and please put one of your resources or tools on how the person can connect with you. This is what this symposium is all about. It's about holistically. We're looking at caregivers holistically, from the mind, the body, the spirit, financially, right? We got to look at everything. A holistic approach to caregiving.
Absolutely.
So with that being said, Lance, I'm going to let you introduce our next speaker. Thank you so much, Lance. And thank you, those in the audience. Continue to chat in the comments. Thank you so much.
Thank
Lance,
you,
take it away.
Yes. Well, we have a powerhouse coming up, Cynthia Mobley Howell. Welcome, Cynthia. How are you?
Hello, Lance. Hello, Sherelle. I am wonderful. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you for being here. I'm going to introduce you to our audience, and for those that may not be familiar with you, Cynthia, you are a powerhouse minister, an international speaker, and a transformational coach, passionate about mental health and holistic wellness, like Sherelle was just discussing. You're also the founder of How Are You? And you empower women, especially those over the age of 50, to break free from generational trauma, chronic illness, and emotional baggage through a purpose-driven, plant-powered lifestyle. You're the author of Crazy Didn't Get Me, Preparation for My Destiny, and a best-selling author and best-selling co-author of Women Inspiring Nations and a Caregiver's Expression. Your message of faith, transformation, and healing has inspired audiences worldwide, including at the Mbinti Conference in Kenya and the Leadership Experience Tour. You've also been featured in Exposure Magazine and Go Solo Magazine, and you are celebrated for your bold, unapologetic voice and holistic approach to wellness. So I think you're going to provide a lot of great information for the audience, and we appreciate you being here, Cynthia.
Wow, thank you. Who were you talking about? But anyway, hello, everyone, and thanks for joining us in this wonderful third annual National Family Caregivers Global Network Symposium. Let me thank Ms. Sherelle Mims, the founder of the Global Caregiver Network, for this amazing opportunity. And thank you again, Lance, for that awesome introduction. I am just really just enjoying this to the fullest. So many nuggets, so many takeaways. And it seems as if though dementia is the order of the day. That theme seems to be the order of the day. So as a transformational coach and mental wellness advocate, I'm quite passionate about, yes, the spirit, soul, and body wellness. My passion for balance comes from a lived experience. I was my mother's primary caregiver during her journey with, yes, dementia. So I thought I was just moving my mama from Florida to Pittsburgh to care for her. Go Steelers! Had to get that in. I didn't realize that I was beginning a journey of rediscovering me. So today I'm going to be sharing on the topic, self-care is not being selfish. It's my duty. Yes, it's my duty to Cynthia. So let me start at the beginning. I first realized that something just wasn't right during a visit home to Panama City where my mom was living. I lived in Pittsburgh at the time, but I spoke with my mama frequently. And if I'm honest, I had noticed some unusual moments in our conversations on the phone, but I kind of just chalked that up to aging and my mama, because my mama was my mama. And believe it or not, mama was still working 5 days a week as a housekeeper at the tender age of 79. Yes, I did say 79. Now, she looked functional on the outside, but during my visit, something just felt off. For instance, one day there was a carton of ice cream left on the counter melting, and mama just simply forgot to put it back. Then I found some important documents stuffed under chair cushions. And one day the apartment manager, when she realized I was in town, asked to speak with me, and she shared some concerns about what she'd been observing, like mama wearing the same clothes every day. Now, if anybody knows Florence Ruby Mobley Pittman, she does not roll like that. My mama was a diva, if you will, a good diva, and she dressed to the nines every day, Sunday through Saturday. So that was definitely unusual behavior. And then at the bank, the banker pulled me aside with her own concerns. I trusted my instincts, and I contacted the Department of Aging before returning to Pittsburgh. When they told me that mama was showing signs of early dementia, I made the difficult but loving decision to relocate her to Pittsburgh so I could care for her personally. I became my mother's full-time caregiver. No family help, no backup, just love and willpower. So let's talk about the reality of caregiving. I was not prepared for the emotional, the physical, or the mental toll. Mind you, I was working 12-hour shifts 5 days a week in a behavioral health unit as a unit secretary. So I was dealing with intense behavior 24/7. If you can catch that. Some of you will probably catch that on your way home. I was constantly worried. I was constantly exhausted, trying to care for mama and not lose myself in the process. My moment of truth came a year later when the representative from the Department of Aging looked me straight in the eye at one of his home visits and said, "You can't do this anymore. It's killing you." I loved my mama enough to know that she needed more than I could give. And I love myself enough to realize or to recognize that I was on the verge of a breakdown. And guess what? That was not an option. I was not going out like that. So that day, not the next day, that day, I started the process of transitioning mama into skilled nursing. And this was the decision, before you judge me, rooted in love, not abandonment. Which brings me to the turning point, learning self-care. I realized I could not pour from an empty cup. Self-care became an act of stewardship, honoring my mama's life and honoring my own. So here are a few practical ways to begin prioritizing yourself. And I know some of you might be saying, I'm hearing that word self. Well, that's what I'm talking about. Self-care as a caregiver. Number one, accept outside help without guilt. You see, many caregivers face criticism or shame when choosing to place a loved one in a care facility. But as I said, I did what was best for my mama and for me. Number two, set boundaries and say no to burnout. No is a word and it's a whole sentence. In case nobody told you, I just did. Number three, make rest and relaxation a non-negotiable part of your life, period. Number four, keep a journal. I love journaling. It helps you release stress. It helps you process emotions. And it helps you honor the truth of your journey. Number five, draw strength from what grounds you, your faith, your values, or your personal source of hope. Whatever it is for you, let that steady you in those tough times, in those hard moments. And let me just say this, even Jesus rested. And if rest was necessary for Jesus, it's mandatory for us. And as I prepare to close, here are the 5 key truths that I want you to carry with you. The first one is give yourself permission to be human. You are caring, but you are not invincible. Number 2, seek community and support early. Operative word, early. Ask for help before you break. Number 3, remember, caregiving is love. It is love, but guess what? So is letting go. Placing your loved one in professional care is not failure. It is choosing sustainability. Number 4, nourish your spirit, your soul, and your body. Feed your body well. Give yourself energizing, wholesome foods so you can function properly. Feed your mind peace. Remove anything or anybody that disturbs your serenity. Can I say that for the ones in the back? Remove anything or anybody that disturbs your serenity. And care for your spirit. You want to care for your spirit by seeking truth and guidance, connecting with God or your source of spiritual clarity. And lastly, number 5, make self-care part of your caregiving plan, not an afterthought. So to bring it full circle, caring for my mama taught me that self-care is not selfish. It's sacred. Because when we heal and when we rest, we can show up stronger for the people that we love. Caregivers, be encouraged. You matter too. Your well-being is essential to the caregiving journey. Please allow me to close with a brief prayer. Heavenly Father, may we all have the courage to care with love and to rest with grace. In Jesus' name, amen. Thank you for your time. I am Cynthia Mobley Howell of How Well Are You? You can connect with me under my name, Cynthia Mobley Howell, on all social media as well as through my website. I'm wishing you peace and blessings.
Oh, that was great, Cynthia. Thank you so much. I'm gonna, before I give you my thoughts, we'll turn to Sherelle to see what she thinks.
Oh, come on. I am at awe. This was the peak of the speakers. I'm talking about right from the beginning of Dr. Chong, from Dr. Josephine L. Harris, to Barry J. Jacobs, to Dawn C. Staub, to Daniela Russo, and now here we are with Cynthia Mobley How Well. I always got to say how well, but it's how. Okay. Listen.
Whatever floats your boat.
This has been phenomenal. I'm telling you right now, this is wonderful. You came with everything we needed to hear. Everyone else has already said it. You came and put the icing on the cake, and then we have more presenters coming behind you. But let me share with you, if you don't mind, one of my takeaways, because you gave so many wonderful nuggets. And this is what we need to hear for caregivers. Let's stop pity-patting. You know what I'm saying? Let's get to the real origin of what's going on with people. People are feeling burnt out. We just talked about that in ways that you cannot feel burnt out. However, let me tell you what I received from you. So what you gave us, you started out, you talked about a whole lot of things, but one of the things I really took from you was the self-care is sacred. Now we're talking about your self-care. We're talking about you, not you taking care of someone else. We're talking about what are you doing to keep your mind, your body, your spirit, your soul intact. Because there used to be a commercial out that said a mind is a terrible thing to waste. Guess what? Everything starts in the mind. You internalize it externally, you take it in internally, you digest that thing, whatever it is, be it good, bad, or ugly. And then what comes out of it is what's come out of your mind. It's what you thinking. You didn't internalize this. And now you're thinking, what should I do with this? But with all of that being said, it's your mind. Holistic. I just shared. We got to talk about holistically what's going on with us. The mind, the body, the spirit, finances, psychologically, what's going on with you as a caregiver. And so when you said self-care is sacred, man, that just hit home because it's really all about what are you doing for you? How are you prioritizing you? It doesn't matter what nobody else is doing. You're the caregiver. You're the one that's taking care of someone else. You're the one that's getting burnt out. What are you doing to prioritize you? And one thing I'm just going to say this, I'm going to give it over to Lance. One thing that I do to prioritize me, I get away from everything and everybody. You heard me? Let me repeat that. Like you said, for those in the back, turn up the volume. I get away from everything and everybody. Why? Because people they just built that way. They got to come and say something, be it good, bad, or negative. They come to dump on you. And I'm just keeping it real and I'm keeping it transparent. You have people, every time you see them, it's woe is me. What are you doing about that?
Right.
What are you doing about the woe is me? It can't be woe is you all the time. It got to be a hoo-ha somewhere, right? It got to be, oh, it's all about me sometime. I'm keeping it real. I'm keeping it transparent now. Get away from the naysayers. And this, I tell you right now, for me, I get away from everything and everybody that's negative. I keep my peace. Do you know how stressful it could have been putting this together? People don't understand what goes on behind the scenes. By the time they get to the platform, everything is in order. They don't know about getting people to come for rehearsal, having people sign up for this, and this. It's all a step-by-step process that could have taken me to another level. It could have been a stressor for me, right? But God made it easy for me. So, with all of that being said, self-care is sacred. I believe in that. And those of you that's on this platform, you've been with me long enough to know how I do things. I do things in excellence and in order. Yeah, it may be some hiccups, but that may be part of the program too, but we get past that. So keep your mind, keep yourself in order, keep yourself sacred. Self-care is sacred. Self-care is prioritizing you. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Go ahead, Lance.
I just had to check my calendar because I thought it might be Sunday because I feel like we just went to church.
Amen.
Amen. Yes. Yeah, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing.
That is a good thing.
I just want to piggyback off of what Sherelle said. Self-care is sacred, and Cynthia, you also said self-care is not selfish, and I think that is something that people have the hardest time with. They can't make it sacred because they feel like they're being selfish if they take time for themselves, and they need to be given that permission in order to do so. Oh, my brother, my sister, my neighbor, my dad, whoever, if I tell them I got to go, to the salon or go to the gym or just go out back and get a cup of coffee and read my book or whatever, I'm neglecting them and I'm not doing my job. But by practicing that self-care and making it sacred, you are doing your job because you're rejuvenating yourself so that you can continue caring for your loved one. And I think that's one of my biggest things is, people is knowing that they're not alone in this, but also knowing they have that permission and it's a right. They have the right to go and have that self-care so that they can keep caring for their loved one. So thank you for, bringing that message and for the incredible work you're doing.
Amen.
Well,
thank you so much, sister. It did turn into a listen.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
It be at any given time, man. So, with that being said, Lance, I'm gonna let you go ahead and introduce the next speaker.
Yes,
Mary L. Beal.
We're just going to keep the hits are going to keep on coming, Sherelle. So our next speaker today, she's giving a keynote speech, is Mary L. Beal. Mary has over 16 years of experience as a manager and author at MLB Business Consultant, LLC. She's provided consulting services on estate planning, genealogy, and nonfiction writing. She has published 2 books so far. One is the biography of her mother, Luella Campbell Beal, and another one on the spiritual journey of crossing over from earth to heaven. And currently that is in production in a state of a TV show on Zandra TV network. And she's a marketing associate and a business consultant. She promotes and distributes portable water filtration products and nutraceuticals that enhance health and wellness. And she also shares a product information on various supplements such as spray vitamins, exercise probiotics, omega and amino acids. And her mission is to empower people to achieve optimal well-being and longevity. Welcome, Mary.
Why do some people shine so brightly in everything they do? Meet Mary L. Beal, an extraordinary example of lifelong learning and compassion. From a young age, Mary L. Beal was surrounded by mentors who instilled in her the value of positive and practical life skills. With a foundation of both basic and extended academic training, Mary's thirst for knowledge has been unquenchable. As a lifelong learner, Mary has constantly evolved, embracing new experiences and cultures with an open heart. She's not just well-traveled, she's deeply involved with diverse communities, bringing her unique blend of emotional maturity and compassion to every interaction. Mary's journey is also marked by her dedication to family history, meticulously preserving stories and memories for future generations. And did we mention, she has a unique interest in kinetic energy, always exploring the forces that keep our world in motion. Her story is one of continuous growth and an unwavering commitment to making a positive impact, both locally and globally. Mary L. Beale exemplifies what it means to live a life full of purpose and passion. Join us in celebrating the incredible life of Mary L. Beale. Discover more about her work and let her story inspire you to embrace lifelong learning and compassion.
Thank you, Lance, for such a great introduction. And I'm honored to be here. And for that, I'll say a short prayer. I'd like to say thank you, Heavenly Father, for giving me this opportunity to appear on this broadcast this morning. And prayerfully that what I say will help someone in the audience. Amen. Good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, wherever you are. Fellow caregivers, fellow care receivers, caring family members, and caring friends. So much has been spoken today about the occupation, the love of caregiving. And I would like to share a little bit of information with you. The fastest growing age group in the United States is people age 85 and older, often referred to as the oldest old. This segment of our population has seen the most rapid rate of growth of any age band in recent decades, largely driven by the aging baby boomer generation and increases in life expectancy. In contrast, at the global level, the age group experienced the fastest growth is the 65 and older population. This group is expanding more quickly than any other worldwide. According to the United Nations and demographics reports, the number of people age 65 plus is projected to more than double from around 751 million in 2021 to approximately 1.6 billion by 2050. That's only 25 years away, making this cohort the fastest growing global. There's a quote, old age is like everything else. To make a success of it, you got to start young. So I started as a caregiver very young. I've been a caregiver, part-time caregiver, full-time caregiver for over 70 years. I started young. So with that, we're going to continue to talk about who is a caregiver. A caregiver is someone who provides physical, emotional, or practical support to another person who needs help with daily living. This care can be short-term or long-term and may involve assisting with activities such as bathing, dressing, eating, taking medication, or providing companionship and encouragement. Caregivers can be male or female. Family members or friends who look after loved ones, such as aging parents, spouses, or children with special needs. Professional caregivers, like home health aides, nurses, or personal care assistants, who are trained and paid to provide care. Volunteers who offer time and support through community or faith-based programs. At its heart, caregiving is an act of compassion, offering time, energy, and love to help someone maintain their dignity, to help someone enjoy a quality of life. Who is the care receiver? A care receiver, also called a care recipient, is the person who receives help, support, or assistance from a caregiver. Care receivers are often individuals who, because of age, illness, disability, or other life circumstances need help with daily tasks or emotional support. This can include a number of things. Older adults who may need assistance with mobility, medication, or personal care. People living with chronic illness or disability rely on caregivers for physical or medical help. Children or adults recovering from injury or surgery who temporarily need care. Being a care receiver doesn't mean losing independence. It means accepting help to maintain safety, dignity, and quality of life. People often make an incorrect assessment about senior citizens' mental alertness and sense of humor. One day, a mature young man entered the home of a centenarian and asked the following question, and I quote, "Miss Bill, do you know who I am and my name?" Miss Bill cocked her head, looked him up and down, and came back and she said, "Beador, have you lost your mind and forgotten your name also?" Laughter filled the room. Never underestimate the quick wit of senior citizens. The relationship between caregivers and care receivers is built on trust, respect, and empathy, where both people often benefit emotionally and spiritually from the bond they share. Caring for super seniors, individuals age 85 and above, requires a unique blend of compassion, patience, attentiveness, and respect. At this stage of life, seniors may face emotional, complex health issues, emotional challenges, and increased dependency. But they also carry deep wisdom, life experiences, and often a strong desire to maintain dignity and independence. And if you work with a person old, you know they love their independence. Elderly wisdom often highlights the value of experience, resilience, and a positive outlook on life. They remain, they remind us that growing older isn't just about adding years. It's about gaining strength and wisdom along the way. As the old saying goes, age is a question of mind over matter. If you don't mind, it doesn't matter. In the pages of the Bible, we find stories. We find remarkable stories on longevity, lives that stretched far beyond our imagination. Methuselah, known as the oldest man ever to live, reached an astounding 969 years, just 31 years short of 1,000. He was the grandson of Jared, who lived 962 years, and the great grandfather of Noah, who himself lived to be 950. Adam, the first man, lived 930 years, and his third son, Seth, saw 912 years. These ancient lives remind us of endurance, legacy, and the timeless connection between generations. As a sidebar, because of the longevity in my maternal family lineage, I began at an early age calling Rachel Field's descendants the Methuselah kids. So as we see, longevity has its place. Caring for seniors over 85 years of age is a sacred act of love, patience, and honor. These remarkable individuals carry the wisdom of generation and have paved the way for those who follow. Providing care for them is not just about meeting physical needs, it's about recognizing their enduring value, preserving their dignity, and ensuring they feel seen, heard, and cherished. Each moment spent supporting their journey is an opportunity to give back, to learn, and to embody compassion at its highest form. In caring for them, we honor legacies and build a more loving, respectful world. So, may I have your permission for a few moments to share three essential facts about caregiving for senior citizens? This is based on my firsthand experience as a caregiver for three centenarians and three nonagenarians. Fact number one is about the importance of caregiving. Caregiving is more than a responsibility, it is an act of love, patience, and devotion. And we heard that earlier with several speakers. As our loved one grow older, life can bring changes that make simple tasks more challenging. Physical limitation, fading memories, or health concerns may be begin to shape their days. In those moments, caregivers become lifelines, often not just assistance, but compassion, dignity, and reassurance. Caregivers can help share caregivers receive a legacy by recording, sharing conversation, and observation while in their presence. Whether it's a family member holding a hand, a professional providing gentle care, or a volunteer offering a warm smile. Each caregiver helps seniors feel seen, valued, and safe. Their presence brings comfort in loneliness, laughter in quiet moments, and hope in times of uncertainty. Beyond meeting physical needs, caregivers nurture the heart and spirit, reminding the elders that they are not forgotten, that their stories still matter, and that they are deeply loved. Fact number two, caregivers must possess special skills and qualities to be an effective caregiver or senior citizen. The oldest citizens require a special blend of practical skills and compassionate qualities. Caregivers must be knowledgeable in areas such as medication management, nutrition, personal hygiene, and mobility support. Equally important are soft skills like patience, empathy, communication, and attentiveness. Understanding age related conditions such as dementia or arthritis allows caregivers to provide more thoughtful and tailored care. When caregivers provide approach their role with sensitivity and willingness to learn, they help foster trust and create nurturing environment for the senior citizen in their care. Remember, age is simply the number of years the world has been enjoying you, me, and the senior citizen. Fact number three, and Cynthia spoke on this so eloquently, avoid caregiver burnout. It's absolutely necessary to avoid caregiver burnout and maintain one's own well being. While caregiving is rewarding, it can also be physically and emotionally demanding for caregivers in general and more so for caregivers of the oldest of the old. To sustain their ability to care for others, caregivers must also care for themselves. This includes taking breaks, regular breaks, seeking emotional support, and utilizing community resources such as respite care, support groups, and caregiver training programs. Encouraging a balanced life for caregivers help prevent burnout and ensure that both the caregiver and the care recipient thrive. When caregivers are supported, the quality of care they provide naturally improves, benefiting everyone involved. Personal note: I am personally aware of several instances where the care receiver outlived the caregiver. So, as we continue, therefore, I invite you to stand with me advocating for improved caregiver training and support for our senior citizens. And the first 10 attendees to book a complimentary 30 minutes consultation to learn more about caregivers, care receivers transformative workshop valued at $297 US will receive no cost enrollment. As our elderly age, they deserve compassionate, dignity, and quality care that honors their lifetime of contributions. Together, we can raise awareness, support caregivers, and influence policies that prioritize the health, safety, and well being of seniors in every community. Join me in making a difference, whether through volunteering, educating others, or speaking up for better resources and training for caregivers. Our voices and actions can create a more supportive and respectful environment for aging adults. Let's work hand in hand to ensure that every senior is cared for with excellence, love, and honor. As I get close to the end, I'd like to encourage you that improving caregiving for seniors is not just a responsibility, it is a powerful expression of gratitude, respect, and humanity. Our older adults have spent decades building families, communities, and institutions. Now it's our turn to ensure their final chapters are marked by dignity, compassion, and joy. By advocating for better caregiver training, more accessible resources, and supportive policies, we not only enhance the lives of seniors, but also strengthen the fabric of our society. Quality caregiving promotes emotional well being, physical safety, and a sense of belonging for seniors, reminding them that they are valued and not forgotten. When we invest in their care, we affirm the worth of every life, regardless of age. So let's rise to the occasion and be the generation that honor its elders with excellence and heart. I leave this quote with you. Those who love deeply never grow old. They may die of old age, but they die young. Martin Luther King Jr. often spoke about longevity, and I'll share a couple of quotes extracted from his speeches. Longevity has its place, but I am not concerned about that now. I just want to do God's will. However, his speeches and writing often touch on the subject, emphasizing the importance of living a life of purpose and impact rather than simply accumulating years. In the quote, the quality, not the longevity of one's life is what is important. Let's show love, honor, and respect for those who made a path for us and strive for the best quality caregiving for all citizens, especially for the oldest of old citizens. And as a young senior citizen and an old baby boomer, I prepare to take my seat with a challenge. Take advantage of an opportunity to visit and develop a relationship with a senior citizen. And thank you for your attention.
You. Thank you.
Thank you, Mary. That was great.
That was excellent. Okay, go ahead, Lance.
No, I think Mary's speaking with a lot of wisdom, and I think she has the experience to support that wisdom. We do need to take time to speak and understand, what our elders and our seniors are going through, and to have a greater respect and appreciation for who they are and their lived experiences.
Absolutely. Oh my goodness, there's so much, Miss Mary. And I deal with the elderly population. I have dealt with them in the past, and I still deal with them currently, right? We need our elderly population. Why? Because they have set the stage for us.
Oh, yes.
For everyone that's coming behind you guys, right? Those 60, the baby boomers, if you will. And then, like you say, the ones, 60, 70, 80, 90, and also centurions are in this place, right?
Yes.
I love my elder community because they are the backbone of what we're going through and what we continue to go through. They have already set the stage for us. And then you also said that a takeaway is to have that respite care always. Yes. And again, there's that thread again, prioritizing thyself first. And then you also have some programs that you have available for the people to connect with you, connect with anyone on this platform. People, we're not just here flipping and fluffing. We are here telling real stories that should resonate with someone in this audience. Connect with any of them. Everybody, please put your information in the chat. How do they get in contact with you? Via your website, phone number, what have you, so they can connect with you, not me, you. Okay, I'm out of it. This is what this platform is for, Miss Mary, and you as well. Everyone, put your information in the chat because the people want to connect with you. And in the past, I have had people come to me to ask about you and others. However, let them know who you are. What are you offering? What are you doing? You have support group, put it in the chat. You have a website, put it in the chat. You have an email, put it in the chat. Today is the day for you to make that connection with other caregivers and people, not just caregivers. You have leadership, you have authors, you have all kinds of people in this platform. Put your information in the chat if you want them to connect with you. So, Ms. Mary, we thank you for your time. We thank you. You look so beautiful today. You are definitely representing, come on, the elder community, Ms. Mary. I don't be playing with y'all, okay?
Thank you. Thank you so much, Sherelle, for having me. I mean, it was an act of love, and
absolutely,
also in honor of my elderly ancestors.
Thank you so much. You know what? Like I said, we can't do it without you, Miss Mary. We need our elders have done a lot. They have paved the way, so we can never forget our ancestors and the elderlies. Thank you so much, Miss Mary.
Thank you,
keep
Mary.
doing what you're doing. You're definitely making an imprint in this world. Thank you so much, Miss Mary.
Okay.
All right.
Okay.
Well, Sherelle, I'm gonna leave it with you.
Yeah. Okay, listen, I'm so glad you all decided to stay because we have something wonderful to present to you guys today. Thank you. Can we have the drum roll, please? So while they're doing the drum roll, okay, we are going to present for all of you that's on this platform right here today and in our audience. We are going to unveil the wonderful, dynamic, powerful Glow Care magazine. This magazine is all about you guys. It's all about caregiving. It's not just caregiving It's about entrepreneurs, authors, leaders, right? But it's mainly about you. It's called Glow Care for a reason. Glow is global, and then care, those caring for others. It's a faith-based caregiver ministerial magazine. If someone can put the name in the chat, Glow Care, all caps, being released today on the 3rd annual National Family Caregiver Symposium. Now, for those of you who are in the magazine, let me just share this. You will receive a complimentary magazine. Those of you that want to order, you can go to the website, Global Caregivers Network, and we're going to have the digital information out next week. So Glow Care magazine, put the magazine with it. It's a whole word, Glow Care, then capital M magazine. We want everyone to reach out, and shout out to Shirley Murphy for being the publisher in Nigeria for doing this magazine. We got this thing together. I'm telling you, it takes time to do this stuff. You know, it was done in love and continue to be done in love. And so with that being said, I want my people, my team, to go ahead and unveil the Glow Care magazine 2025, November. What's today's date? November 8th. So here's the front of the magazine. I'm just so happy for me. And I'm telling you, I've been at this thing for a minute. But put y'all comments in the chat. Put your comments in the chat. What do y'all think of this cover? Put it in the chat. What do you like about it? What does it say to you when you first see it? Put your comments in the chat. Let's talk about this as we move along. You can go ahead and keep going with the slides. That's the front cover. Thank you, Dawn. Thank you, Cynthia Mobley. How? Where the rest of the team at? Lance, Cynthia, where y'all at? Christina, what do y'all think about the cover? Patrick, who else out here? That's Patrick JM. Okay, we're going to the next slide. Dawn, thank you. Mary, what do you think about the cover? Mary L. Bill, Paul H. Richardson, Basilisa, where y'all at? Where y'all at? Y'all know I get excited about stuff like this. I'm telling you, this is the first initial launch of the magazine. And you guys are the first ones to see it. Of course, we're going to do a campaign. We're going to put it out to the public. I want you guys to see it first. You can go ahead and flip it to the next page, the next slide, please. I want you to get a glimpse of how it's going to look. This is the famous quote by you already know, Rosalind Carter, our former First Lady of the United States, where she talked about there are only 4 kinds of people in the world: those who have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need a caregiver. That's a quote that it had to go in the magazine. It just was no getting around this quote. And I love Rosalind Carter. Unfortunately, she passed away, I think about a year or two in November during this month, National Caregivers Month. You can show the next slide. You can just keep going with the slides. So I'm just going to keep talking. That's a page in there. You can keep going with the slides. Thank you so much. It's wonderful. It's wonderful. And I'm glad to introduce this. Everything I do, if you know me and you've been around me long enough, you know I don't move until God say move. I don't care what's going on, because people will say, yeah, do this, do that, give them this time to do it. You don't see them. You follow me? So I work under the anointing and the guidance of the Holy Spirit. That's where I'm at with everything. So there's another slide that's in the book. You can keep going with the slides. Yep, great jobs. Kudos to the publisher, Shirley Murphy. She did a great job, and we still got to put it out to the public and let them know exactly what's going on. This is just the beginning of many magazines to come. Next, as you know, I'm putting a plug in it right now. I'm looking forward to my 3rd annual National Family Global Male Caregivers Summit. We got to keep this thing going. Why? Because the male caregivers have a voice. Cynthia, not Cynthia, Christina Keys, get yourself all cute. You next on stage. You next on the platform, Christina. So as y'all see the magazine is going, I'm multitasking. That's how we do as women. We are always multitasking. That's the magazine. Keep going, keep going. That's Mary L. Beal that's in the magazine. All of you are in the magazine except for a couple of you, but most of you are in here. This is the magazine. I'm just so excited about it because, number one, this has been anointed to do for such a time as this. Absolutely. It's all about timing, right? You can't just be out here just doing things because it sounds good. Y'all put something in the chat for me. Where y'all at? Y'all with me? I see Dawn say, looking good, Mary Bill. Love those bright colors. Me too, Dawn. Thank you. Shirley said, it's beautiful. Cynthia Mobley House say, amazing job. Shirley Murphy, look at that. It's beautiful. Christina, come on, Christina. Where you at in the comments? I know you love that pose. You got your picture. Come on, Christina. Where you at? Put a comment out there. Look at all your beautiful pictures you done sent in. Look at Christina. She said she was younger when she first started taking care of her mother. I believe we have that picture in there somewhere, Christina. So, yeah, put it in the comments, Christina. How do you like to look? Look at you when you was about 25 on there. Christina. Yeah, so definitely put the chat. You see where it says post in the comment? You can put your comment right over there on the side there. Post in the comment. There's Josephine L. Harris, Dr. Josephine. Yep, so Christina, put your comment in there. You look beautiful. You say you was about 20 years younger when you took care of your mother, about 10 or 20 years younger when you started taking care of your mother. Girl, I'm telling you, that just goes to show how life be lifing, baby. I'm telling you. But there's Josephine, Dr. Josephine L. Harris. There's another slide right there. We're going to keep it going. We're trying to just give you guys a glimpse of the magazine because you're going to have to get it. You're going to get a complimentary in your mail. And while we're speaking about it, I need all of you to send me your U.S. postal address where you would like the magazine, your complimentary magazine to be sent to. And then also, if you would like extra copies, let me know. We'll talk about that. There's a payment for the extras because you have to pay the postage and for the magazine. Okay, but you will receive a complimentary. Look at it. If you want to order more later, it's there for you to order. But I am taking this on a trip with me when I start going back into the community with these magazines. Will be going with me because people need to know what Global Caregivers Network and what Global Caregiver Speakers is all about. Look at Lance. There's Lance. Chat in the comments, Lance and Christina. How y'all like it? How's it looking to you? Put your post in the comment. It's over on the side over here. Those of you that have seen it, just comment on it. What do you think about it? Do you even like the colors? How does it look? It's good to get feedback, to see how people like things. Is it working for you? Is the colors good? I'm still stuck on Christina. She had her beautiful picture when she was young. Go ahead, Christina. Christina, listen, we all start out one way, baby, and we end up another way when we do caregiving. I'm telling you, it's not like how we started out, man. We was all, beautiful. Everyone's still beautiful, but I'm telling you, when caregiving, you be life. And Dawn, thank you so much for your compliment. Dr. Chong looks good. Thank you so much, Dr. Chong. Thank you so much. We need everybody to participate. How did you like it? How you don't like it? But when you get it, you'll let me know for sure. But just as a teaser, the colors are vibrant. There's Dawn, wonderful Dawn. Thank you, Dawn. You look beautiful and vibrant. The colors are beautiful. I'm telling you, the colors are just beautiful. There's Dawn, okay. That's wonderful, Dawn. Christina, Lance, Richard is in there. Richard H. Is in there. Who else is in there? We got Dawn, Mary L. Beal, Richard Paul. I keep calling him Richard. That is Paul H. Richardson. He's in there. He did a wonderful job. There's Paul H. Richardson. How I look to you, Paul? Where you at? Paul Richardson, you got your beautiful light blue colors on to match your eyes. Y'all know I be messing around. Come on. So this is the magazine that is going to come forth for the 3rd annual National Family Caregiver Symposium. This is it. It's been unveiled. This is the day, November 8th. And there's Miss Cynthia Mobley. We know you had to put the sunshine on her. There she go with the yellow. Come on with the yellow background. It's beautiful. Like I said, the colors are vibrant. Dawn said it's so exciting to get my copy. She said she's ready to get her copy. I know that's right, Dawn. Cynthia say it's rocking. Ruth Memenza from Zimbabwe. Say hello from Zimbabwe. Thank you so much for joining us, Miss Ruth. Thank you so much. And so this is just the halftime. I think we're halfway through it now, though. So they just showing you a glimpse of the Glow Care magazine that has been unveiled today, November 8th, 2025, at exactly 12 noon. It's been revealed. So there you have it. We have some little other things, contributors that put theirs in. And as you can see, we'll see you for the next Global Male Caregivers Summit Conference, if you will. We're keeping this going. It turned out great. Thank you, Paul H. Richardson, Jr. I'm excited to get my very own copy. Thank you so much. I thank you all, right? Because you guys, listen, you stepped up and you came forth and you came through. This magazine could not have come forth without you in it, right? And guess what? You guys are in the first one. I always share it's something about being the first one in things. First, they talk about it in the Bible, being the first one. The Social Worker Rants podcast says this is great. Thank you so much for that, Basiliso, the Social Worker Rants podcast. I'll give a shout out for him. Listen, put your information in the chat. Let the people know who you are. Lance, your All Home Care Matters. Christina, what you doing? Keys for Caregiving. Put your information in the chat. Okay? That is the magazine. A glimpse of the magazine, and we're going to keep this thing going. Okay, we have next coming to the wonderful stage is the wonderful Christina Keys. Come on up, Christina. Christina. Come on up, Christina Keys. Christina has been with me for about a year or two now. She hosts us she helped me co-host in the 2nd annual Global Male Caregiver Summit. Mm-hmm. So Christina is not new to the summit either. She knows exactly what to do, how to do it. So let me just introduce Miss Christina Keys. She went from a career woman to a caregiver when her mother had a life-changing stroke in 2013. She cared for her mother for 10 years, turning a mess into a message. I can't wait to hear this. She is now a national speaker and an advocate for family caregivers, as well as the founder and CEO of Keys for Caregiving. Christina Keys, we welcome you. Give her applause, a hand for Christina as she take it away. This is your stage. Do it your way, Christina.
Thank you so much. I'm so excited to be here today. There's been so many wonderful speakers this morning, this afternoon. It has been great to hear everybody and all the wisdom, and I hope all the caregivers out there are taking notes and getting some great information for themselves. And today I'm going to be talking about balancing your life while caregiving. As Cheryl mentioned, I cared for my mother in 2013. Everything was going great in my life, career woman, top of my game. And I got a call that said my mother had had a stroke. I went in to that hospital and I didn't know if I was going to walk out of that hospital with a mother or having to make plans for a funeral for her. And when I got to wheel her out of that hospital 3 months later, as many of us are, I was thrown into caregiving. So there was a lot of things that came with it. I immediately, with no training, became a PT, an OT, a med manager, a case manager, all of these things, an EMT, a CNA, without any training. And I was trying to do that on top of my life while working full time. Well, many of us go through that, the stress of that. We are thrown into it. We don't know how to change our lives to fit it in. We just try to do 2 lives at once. Well, me trying to do the 2 lives at once, caring for my mother, and also trying to still hold on to my old life, what happened for me was 3 years into caregiving, I went to my last doctor's appointment and they said, "Hey, Christina, you have maybe 6 months to live. Your body is literally shutting down from the stress of caregiving. I was sleeping maybe 5 to 10 hours a week. And as we know, when I wasn't sleeping, I was stressing constantly, as we do as caregivers. And so I had to figure out how to practice that very, that word that we don't like as caregivers, self-care, right? But I had to redefine it, because before I thought as a caregiver, I could not fit that into my schedule, because here I was working, I was trying to take care of my mom. And my idea of self-care was going to the beach. It was going on vacations. It was going to the spa, mani-pedis. I did not have the time or the money to do that. Even if somebody had given me a gift certificate for a massage and paid for caregivers to be with my mom, it would have taken me, I don't know, 40 minutes to relax, and I only had 5 minutes left on that table to get a massage, right? So what I had to do was take a minute to redefine my normal. My normal before was I had nights off, I had weekends off, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 is when I worked, and then I could fit my self-care in at night and on the weekends. So I had to look at what my life was like now. By this time, I had left my career because the demands of caregiving, and I was working 5 part-time jobs to pay for my mother's care. So I had to look at what my schedule was like now. My schedule was like now, my mother didn't wake up until 10. I had some morning caregivers that went in for her. I had some caregivers at night, in the afternoons, and also at night. I took care of her, and I fit in my part-time jobs and contracts between that. So I had 5 minutes here, I had 5 minutes there, and I had to figure out how to fit in that self-care. Now, when they told me I had 6 months to live, I had to make a choice. And frankly, as caregivers, we're overwhelmed. We are overwhelmed. We don't know how to do what we're doing. We have to think on the fly, and many days we feel very defeated. So frankly, when that happened, I was like, well, it's just God figuring out that I've done enough, and it's my turn to go, right? But I am my mother's daughter, and I wasn't going to give up. And so I had to figure out how to save my life and take care of my mother. And it was mentioned a little bit before how caregiving can affect family caregivers. And the stats on family caregivers, the mortality rates for family caregivers is 30% of family caregivers pass before the person they're caring for. 35% of family caregivers pass within 5 years of the person they're caring for. And for caregivers that are over the age of 70, 65% of them pass before the person they're caring for, because of the stress and because we're not going to the doctors, we're not taking care of ourselves, we're not doing the things we used to do. So I needed to figure out how to find some balance in my life quickly, or I was not going to make it. And there would be nobody to take care of my mother. So what I did was I found 30 seconds, I found 2 minutes, I found 5 minutes. And my first act of self-care was literally taking a blood pressure pill and texting a friend and saying that I took that. For 30 days, I made that a habit. That was the only thing I committed to, was one 30-second act for 30 days. And once that happened, I would start committing to walking down the hallway and reaching my arms up, just something to get some kind of stretches in. That was not taking that long at all. And then when I started going, when I went to the doctor's office, or when I went to the hospital with my mom, I started carrying a bag. I would bring a bag to the hospital for my mom's stuff, her special blanket, something to go home from the hospital, the med list, all those things for my mom. But I started packing me a caregiver on the go bag, right? That had all my things in it, a water bottle, phone chargers, a pillow, because I was going to be staying in that hospital too, right? And so I started practicing little acts of self-care, like bringing that water bottle. So when mom was okay in the hospital, I could go get some water, and I could take a deep breath by that water fountain. I could do a lap around the nurse's station. All of these tiny things that I did. And then the 30-second acts became a 5-minute act and a 15-minute act. Now, they weren't long vacations anymore, and they still weren't mani-pedis, but they were things I could fit into my life that could balance my life. And what happened was I was able to provide better care for my mother because I was less stressed. My cortisone levels were coming down a little bit. I got a lot healthier. I lived past the 6 months, right? And it's important for us, whether we are thrown into caregiving, or whether we've changed our job, or whether we've gotten married, or we have now we have children, all of these things. It's important to stop for a minute because we feel overwhelmed with that change. Stop for a minute and reevaluate, like, what is my normal now? When do I have gaps of 5, 10, 15 minutes? Because what will eventually happen if you do that is they will add up to a half an hour and an hour. And then we'll learn how to balance our life. And in balancing our life, we're going to find more joy. In caregiving, it's really, really, really important to do that, because as a stressed out caregiver, right before they told me I had 6 months to live, caring for my mother was so stressful and I wasn't taking care of myself that my time with my mother was not always used in the best way. You know, my emotional state and my mental state, the anxiety levels when I would go in to see my mother and have to take care of her were not good. And this happens a lot for many caregivers. And so once I started putting in those small acts of self-care and taking care of myself, and I just want to say, those small acts of self-care can be crying in your car, right? Allowing time to do that, taking a 15-minute nap, right? Taking time to, you know, brush your hair for a minute and just relax and take a deep breath. Like, those type of things can be self-care. So when I started doing those things and the self-care started adding up, I would be able to go in and see my mom and care for her. And she could tell me for the 20th time, I'm not taking my medication, I'm not taking my pills. And, you know, those things are very frustrating for us as caregivers, but I would be able to be like, okay, mom, well, let's try this. And I would be able to think clearly. It also made it so I was able to advocate better for my mother when I was in the hospital. I was able to advocate better for myself when I was walking through challenges, and advocate better for her when I was on the phone with, you know, the Medicare and other places like that. And if you've ever had to call an insurance company as a caregiver, you know, that will raise your blood pressure right there, right? So balancing our life while caregiving can be very simple, but it doesn't feel simple at first, right? And in the long run, what I found, all those times that I thought, I don't have any time for self-care, I don't have any time. If you only knew my life, you know, if you only knew my life, I'm taking care of my mom, there's constantly an emergency, I'm either going into an emergency, coming out of an emergency, or recovering from an emergency, there's no time. Well, when I took a minute to redefine my normal and redefine what self-care was for me and put it in the chunks of 5, 10, sometimes 5, 10 seconds, but 5, 10, 15 minutes, what happened for me is those added up and I was able to change my life. I was able to change my life in a way that it created meaning for me, and it created a better relationship with me and my mother. So I challenge all the caregivers out there today, if you do anything for yourself today, if you're feeling overwhelmed, if you're feeling stressed, if you're feeling like it's all just too much, I want you to take a minute and redefine what your normal is. Look at what your schedule is now, what you have available now. And if it is only 5 or 10 minutes, think about what you can do in that 5 or 10 minutes, whether it's just take 3 breaths or take a walk around the nurse's station, something simple for yourself, because you are worth it. You are providing care for a loved one. It is okay for you to have a good life also. It is okay for you to take care of yourself also. And with that, I want to thank you. If you want to find out more tips on balancing your life while caregiving or life after caregiving, feel free to visit my website at ChristinaKeys.com. Would love to hear from you, and so grateful that you all came to the symposium today.
Yes. Come on, Christina. When I look at your picture, y'all don't know, but Christina is a perfect image of her mother. She looks just like her mother. Oh my goodness. That was when I seen them pictures of you and your mom, I'm like, oh my goodness, that is so beautiful.
We're twinsies.
Thank you so much for balancing life while caregiving. You can balance your life. You can set things in order. You can redefine your normal. What is your normal? Whatever that is, as Christina just said, make that be what it is and continue to be the best caregiver that you can be. Take out time for you. I told you guys what mine was. I get away from everything and everybody. And that is my normal. That's how I define normal. And just do me. Just do me. and I love just doing me. So with that being said, I'm gonna switch it over to Lance. Lance, what did you get out of from Christina?
Well, I just, we love Christina. Christina and I go way back, just as Sherelle, and she doesn't just talk the talk; she's walked the walk, right? She's lived it, she's gone through it, and she's still here trying to help and support others going through it through her website, her consulting, and all of her advocacy, and she's just such a valuable asset to the space.
Thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you, Christina. And so we just want everyone continue to hang in there. We got two more wonderful speakers that's coming forth. Christina, thank you. So next coming to the stage is on you, Lance.
All right. Thank you, Sherelle. Next, we're going to welcome Bass Marino. Bass is a passionate advocate for education, empowerment, and financial stability. He's a seasoned social worker, financial educator, and the visionary behind Bass Marino Consulting, and he's dedicated to helping people of color in the sandwich generation achieve financial wellness. He is also the creator and the host of the Social Work Rants podcast, a platform with a growing audience of social work professionals where he's tackling these critical issues in the field and shares valuable insights and resources. And he's also recognized as a top voice in social work on LinkedIn. Bass provides tools like his popular financial checklist, helping families take care of their finances, or take control of their finances, rather. And he's also the author of Triumph Through Pain, How to Maximize Your Full Potential in Hard Times, a powerful poetry collection inspired by his own caregiving journey for his mother, who had passed away from COVID-19. We're honored and excited in welcoming the inspiring Bass Marino. Welcome, Bass. How are you?
Good. How you doing? Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here.
No, thank you for having me. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon, wherever you are coming from, all over the world. I want to talk about mental health and caregiving. As Lance mentioned in my book, I wrote a poetry book during the heart of the pandemic after losing 10 social work clients as a result of COVID, and then losing my mom from COVID as well, and navigating, grief, loss. I also am a caregiver to my 78-year-old dad, and we don't talk about my mom's passing. That's too hard for him to have. When we talk about estate planning and burial details. We talk from time to time. My dad, at least my dad, made it very easy and very clear for him. He just wants to be cremated, and I let him know that no one had to cremate my mom, and they told me when they buried her ashes that there's an extra space for an additional body to go, at least the ashes. So I let him know that you could be with mom when that time comes. So that's like the furthest we can have a conversation, because he doesn't like talking about that type of thing, especially relates to my mom. So that's like when I do my one-on-one talks with my clients, those are the conversations that we need to have, that I try to talk with my clients about. Living wills, estate planning, life insurance, making sure people have life insurance, and if they do, making sure they're getting their bang for their buck regarding having life insurance, because you could be paying for a life insurance policy, paying those monthly premiums, and then when that time comes, then you're not getting back the money that you thought you was going to get. So that was my situation when my mom passed, and getting that check that I got would have not covered a normal funeral expense. So those are the type of things that I deal with for talking with my one-on-one clients, and when I do presentations and talking about the importance of having these conversations, and especially in our Black and Brown communities, that we don't like to have these conversations. We, you know, death is, very taboo. Death and money, those are taboo subjects in our community, but those are the main topics that we need to be having those strong conversations about. So, and then just recently, talking about mental health. Living in America, there's currently a government shutdown. There's food stamps that are known as SNAP benefits. Millions and millions of Americans are feeling the impact of not having SNAP benefits. Um, SNAP benefits have hit close to home. My dad was affected with those SNAP cuts. Luckily, I live in a state here in Delaware. The governor did a state of emergency, so there's some funding within the state that folks can get to help with, food stamps and they're getting their SNAP benefits, at least on a week-to-week basis. So, privileged to live in a state where that is happening. That is not happening for folks here. For many folks in America, again, we're talking about millions and millions of people. And still, I literally just went to Washington, D.C. A couple of days ago, advocating for the Older Adults Act to be passed by Congress. And, that act helps, fund aging services, nonprofits, and also like programs like Meals on Wheels that many of our senior and older adult people, they need these services. So I was a strong advocate and meeting with my representatives to talk about passing that act. So do a lot of advocacy work and continue to spread information on top of working with my business with my one-on-one clients, and when I talk about presentations for nonprofits and corporate sponsors as well. I did put in the chat if I do offer a free 45-minute consultation for folks, not only individuals, but for nonprofits and executive organizations on ways of caregiving in the workforce. So that's in the chat. So, caregiving is a mental health issue. There is 63 million Americans who are caregiving in America. At least like almost 20% are members of the sandwich generation like myself. So we're literally caring for all the adult family members while trying to raise our own kids. And we're in the middle trying to navigate possible our own retirement, how we're going to pay for college, the day-to-day struggles of caregiving responsibilities. So it's a wear and tear, not only physically, but also mentally and emotionally. And it's hard. Caregiving is very, very hard. But it's something that I'm grateful that I'm still able to do. Caring for my dad, my kids, chip in as well. Just little things like grabbing my dad like some water so he could take his medicine, or small things like that. So just having that, family support, my kids and also my wife being our main support systems. I don't have any other primary supports. I do have a half brother, but I'm the main caretaker. I'm the one doing it day in, day out, on top of me doing my business, on top of me being a parent, and it's a real struggle. And it's a mental health issue, and that's something. Also, I was talking to my state senator about caregiving being a mental health issue, and it doesn't help when we're having these entitlements here in America being cut or in danger of being cut even more. Talk about the Medicaid entitlements being cut next year in 2026, and especially folks are going to be seeing the real aftermath of that next fall in 2026. So that's something for myself when I'm working with clients and educating folks on ways to navigate the health system, which is very challenging and very hard in our communities, to the point where folks may losing coverage, they may have to go back in the workforce just to have health insurance. So and there's work requirements to make sure that folks maintain their entitlements as well. So it's a lot happening in the caregiving space overall, and I'm glad so many of us, experts in caregiving, talking about different things that are happening in the space and continuing to having these conversations, normalizing aspects of caregiving. Um, Obviously, when you look at caregiving, there's more females in caregiving, but there's many males, such as myself, who are doing the work in caregiving and doing all the things that are in this caregiving space. So I just wanted to share, as a social worker, sharing the caregiving is a mental health, is a mental health issue that strongly needs to be addressed and continue to have conversations in society, in our community, and throughout the world. You can also reach me at bashmarinoconsulting.net is my website, and on all social media platforms, so especially on Instagram, Threads at Bash Marino Consulting.
All right, there we have it.
Thank you,
Thank
Bash.
you, guys. Go ahead, Lance.
Yeah, no, I we've had Bass before, and I've been at conferences where he's spoke and I've spoke, and he has such a heart and passion for helping not only caregivers, but also, like he said, people of color and minorities who often sometimes don't get the attention or the resources directly given to them as easily. And I just think that's something that's, desperately needed, especially when it comes to the financial aspect of it.
Yeah,
Go ahead,
absolutely. No, I appreciate that. Yeah, that's something. Like I said, like it's very taboo in our communities. So it's something that we have to have these conversations, because we want to still live in America. America is very unaffordable right now, but we have to have these strong conversations and ways we can kind of navigate the system to live as comfortably as possible.
Yeah,
Absolutely. And we just want to just thank you, Bass. I think Lance said it all. Bass have been with us. He's been on our Global Male Caregiver Summit as well. So he's not new to speaking. We thank you for what you're doing in the community, Bass, you and your team. I did see some photos of you guys up in Washington, D.C. That is where everything takes place at, legislature, laws being passed, and all this other hoo-ha, if you will. It's just so much hoo-ha going on right now. It's just ridiculous. But anyway, we're going to keep it moving. Lance, Bass, keep doing what you're doing in the community, because it's all going to come together in the end. And definitely take care of yourself, right? It's always that thread that has been going across here, to prioritizing of self. We cannot reiterate it enough. We do so much and we take in so much that we literally do not fill our cup up. We come to the games and stuff halfway full, or even a fourth full. We got to replenish. Y'all know about me, and I'm gonna keep saying it about me. I'm taking care of me, man. I don't care what's going on, because nothing is gonna make any difference. Nothing is gonna make any difference if you're not here, man. So we want you guys to be here a long time. And by that, I mean doing what you need. Step back if you have to. Like even with this project here, I just stepped back for like 2 weeks. I didn't do nothing. I've waited on y'all to send in y'all what y'all needed to send in and things like that. But definitely take care of you, mind, body, spirit, soul, financially and otherwise. Do what you can and do not worry about the rest. With all this hoo-ha going on up in Congress and all this old foolishness, just do what you can for yourself. And that if you're in that God spectrum and you're in that God's will, let God take care of the rest of it. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. And with that being said, Lance, you have something else to say?
No, I'm going to turn it over to you to welcome Paul.
Yes, Paul. Yes, thank you so much, Lance. So the wonderful Paul H. Richardson Jr. Come on up to the stage, Paul. He's been so patient. You know, you are definitely not the least. You may be the last speaker, but I know you're a powerhouse. So I know we're gonna end this on a good note. We started good, we went in between, it was excellent, and now you're about to give us the power punch. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Stick and stay, because I want you all to come up to the stage at the end after Paul, and we're going to grace the stage with all of us together. I believe in doing things in unity. This is why we're here, okay? We support one another. And with that being said, I'm going to introduce our next speaker. Paul H. Richardson Jr. is the CEO and founder of Timberweed, a purpose-driven tech startup born from personal loss and a lifetime of caregiving. With more than 20 years in healthcare leadership, Paul supported 6 loved ones through death and grieving while navigating systems that often left families overwhelmed. Wow, we can relate to that. They experienced that experience, which he believes is deeply human, but sadly deeply broken. Inspired him to build something better. Tumbleweed, Agetic A12s help families navigate aging and disability, plan for life transitions, and get organized with compassion and clarity. As a lifetime family caregiver and founder, Paul weaves empathy into every corner of the company. His story is a testament to how personal grief can become a public mission and how technology can offer not just tools, but healing. Paul H. Richardson Jr., let's welcome him to the stage. Thank you so much, Paul. It's on you.
Hi, I'm Paul Richardson, founder and CEO of Tumbleweed and host of the Sandwich Podcast. My journey began long before I ever called myself a founder. I spent over 20 years in healthcare, and I've been a family caregiver for over 30 years. I've helped support family members with mental illness, loss, aging, and grief. Those experiences taught me how isolating and overwhelming caregiving can be, but also how deeply human it is. At Tumbleweed, we're building technology that brings compassion and clarity to the caregiving and legacy planning process. We help families get organized, share wishes, and focus on what matters most. And through Sandwiched, we're amplifying the voice of the sandwich generation, reminding caregivers that while the journey can feel heavy, none of us have to carry it alone. I'm honored to be a part of the global conversation and excited to join you here today. Thank you so much. All right. Well, thank you all for having me. Thank you for joining me. And Sherelle and Lance, this has been fantastic. And it's, it's funny, as somebody who works in technology, I'm laughing at myself because I noticed that when I uploaded the image, it's backwards. But as I live as a founder, we just roll with things sometimes. I couldn't get it flipped quick enough. So, hey, it's a mirrored image. We'll live through it. So it's interesting hearing myself speak as I'm getting ready to start. So I'll do my best to synthesize, and I know that it's been a lot of wonderful stories and so much difference, but also a lot of similarity. I hear so many powerful conversations, and I think one of the biggest things that myself as a family caregiver I often felt very alone and didn't know where to find my people. And so, with Sherelle and with some other folks in the ecosystem, I'm really excited that there are so many wonderful networks and systems of people that are coming together, not only to support other family caregivers, but also to find community and connection. So thank you. For a little bit of background, as Sherelle had mentioned, I lost 6 people in the course of 6 years. And while that's not unique, I do think it's a little bit unique to be as involved as I was, but also for it to happen so young. I was in my mid-30s, and a lot of it was tied to because of the fact that I worked in healthcare. So as people were aging, 5 of the 6 were unexpected. So it was not, something that was just like anticipated to happen. But because of my healthcare background, working with insurance companies, and also I realized later in my life that I've been a family caregiver for a long time, I think that I was a first call for a lot of folks. And as someone who likes to help and, I care about, family and friends and want to be helpful wherever I can, I really leaned in this space. So a little bit about my journey from grief to building and launching Tumbleweed, which is a platform for navigating aging. And we really focus on supporting the family caregivers and the sandwich generation through what I call the stages of aging, dying, and grief. So we bring in tools around legal, financial, emotional, insurance, right? So we identify what are gaps, what are solutions, how can we keep people connected? And we recently launched CC. CC stands for Care Coach, which is our agentic tool, which can be there 24/7 to help people keep connected with resources and tools, but also to keep updated with information. There's a lot of things changing right now with Medicare and Medicaid, and we want to bring those tools to them. And then ultimately, as I mentioned in my post here, the Sandwiched podcast. Sandwiched launched on September 5th of 2025. Sherelle was my guest just yesterday, which was fantastic. And so to all of you who are caregivers who are interested, please do stay connected and reach out anytime. But taking a step back before those things kind of were happening, I spent 20 years in corporate America. I was a pre-pharmacy major, and I moved into hospital administration later in my career. Well, in 2022, I actually took a road trip. My ex and I at the time were going through, a rocky period as relationships do. So I took a 4-month road trip with my 2 dogs. And on that journey, about a month in, I realized I was holding on to some grief with my grandparents. One of my grandparents passed while I was in grad school. And unfortunately, his funeral happened to be on the final day of presentations. And so I couldn't go because it was out of state. And my grandmother passed away during COVID. Like Baz had mentioned, many of us lost people during COVID sooner than we probably would have had the pandemic not happen. And so what I realized was with the grief, I was like, okay, I didn't really have the time or capacity to process it before. So I allowed the road trip to be the moment for it start to show up and to navigate the journey. My grandparents, I was living in California at the time, are from northeastern Iowa. So they're from the Midwest. I had never been before, but I grew up hearing stories. I think I'm a bit of a historian. I was always the kid who loved hearing stories about, old country or like back in the day, right? Like all the stories and capturing, memories and history. And so I was like, okay, I'm going to be going through Iowa on this road trip, and I'll go visit their hometowns and go to the places that I heard so much about from my grandparents growing up. So I did. What was interesting was at the time I was doing consulting. So I was actually doing executive retreats and executive facilitation, but I knew I wanted to do something more. I knew I wanted to help people, but I didn't know in what. And so I came to Iowa, and I happened to go to their hometowns. I found the house that my grandmother had grew up in, which was great, right? I'd heard stories about it. And that actually started the idea of what eventually became Tumbleweed. And where we first started with Tumbleweed was, and this is probably impacted by my own journey, was the loss and the navigation of grief. A lot of folks talk about, well, funeral homes are very involved and they're great. And I always say that, yes, they are. However, they're not there for the entire process. On average, it takes 12 to 18 months to close an estate, right? And by estate, I'm very mindful of that term because like my family didn't have an estate. It was more about the legal documents. It was more about getting in contact with Medicare and Medicaid and closing out bank accounts and things like that. It's a lot of work and it takes time. And to wait for a death certificate. And so we started to look into the space of how could we support people through death and dying. And what was interesting was when we were first building Tumbleweed, we were talking to potential customers and users, and they kept saying over and over again, you know what? I feel so overwhelmed with my aging parent or grandparent or my partner who's disabled or who has early onset dementia. What can you help me do to get prepared? And so that's what actually launched Tumbleweed. And so we've been building Tumbleweed now for about 2.5 years. It's been very fantastic. We partner with insurance and financial institutions, and I did that strategically. The reason why is a lot of us that are family caregivers or even people who are aging themselves, we're strapped for cash. I mean, absent of what we're living through right now, where prices are rising exponentially, people are not getting the benefits they need. But even still, that is just on top of everything else. So insurance companies and financial institutions pay for our platform for their customers, which is fantastic. And that was part of the reason why I wanted to do a business to business partnership so that they actually will get it to the user's hands that's free of cost. And so I won't spend a lot of time talking about that because it's more about the journey to get there. But what was interesting about building Tumbleweed, I talk about that the idea started in the after death experience and navigating grief and loss. But what I realized was I've been a family caregiver for over 30 years. My mom is severely mentally ill. She has been institutionalized off and on since I was 12. My mom was a single mom most of my growing up life, and I'm the eldest. On my mom's side, I have 2 younger sisters, and I've been a babysitter since I was a very young child, younger than I should have been babysitting, but parents do the best they can. And my mom's mental illness, she would sometimes be in a hospital for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 6 weeks. But it wasn't just the hospitalization where I would really have to step up. My mom, usually 2 to 3 months before a hospitalization, and then for 1 to 2 months after, would be essentially kind of catatonic. And she would be in bed and she would be depressed, or she would just close herself in a closet and cry for days on end. And as a young person, I didn't realize that I was a caregiver. It was just, I'm the oldest, I care, and I stepped up. But something that I actually shared with Sherelle, and that I've shared with my mom and my siblings recently, is it took me 30 years to realize that I actually resented my mom and my siblings. And that was actually really hard to talk about. I felt a lot of pain and frustration and disappointment with myself to feel that way. But it's because I didn't know how to ask for help. Nobody was offering help, right? People like, oh, you've got it all figured out and you can handle it, so we're not going to do anything. But I'm glad that I finally figured it out. And I actually leveraged my own lived experience. And I've heard so many stories here today, which really resonated about pain and anger and frustration, right? We're all living this together. But I try and actually surface those things in our conversation, right? And so that's part of why through the tools we're building at Tumbleweed, we want it to be something that they have access to, that's built by caregivers for caregivers. And so through that journey, not only do we launch Tumbleweed, which is a technology platform, but I remember the week was April of this year. I've been wanting to do a podcast for probably 5 to 7 years, but I always said I'm going to wait till I find the idea that I can't stop thinking about. So I had 4 different conversations in the course of 2 days with family caregivers. And I walked away from that. I was like, today is the day that I am putting my ideas into action and I am creating a podcast. It didn't have a name yet, but I knew it was needed. And I knew it was going to be focused on the sandwich generation that are caring for our aging population. And I try to break apart kind of the traditional understanding of the sandwich generation, where it's I've got an aging parent, grandparent, and I've got children of my own. That is absolutely sandwiched, but there is a lot of other sandwich stories. For my situation, I have 2 dogs, I have a business, I had a partner, right? I have a parent and a grandparent I was caring for. Someone else's story is they're actually caring for 2 of their neighbors and their kids and their grandparent. So I wanted to bring sandwich stories that are beyond just the traditional, right? And I wanted to create a place where they could share their story and to talk about it and hear from others that are navigating this journey. And so the Sandwich Podcast is all about sandwich generations. It's stories of life, loss, grief, pain, anger, frustration, resentment. But it's really been extremely meaningful. And the most interesting thing about it is, Sherelle's episode yesterday was our 12th episode that has gone live. We've recorded about 18 at this point. I'm actually healing through the process, and I didn't anticipate that. And so for anybody that's struggling with any of the things we've talked about today, one, if you're interested in sharing your story, please do reach out to me, podcast@tumbleweedplan.com. Would love to share your story and really bring it into, voice into the world. And, we can talk about things that you're ready to, and you can say, I don't want to talk about that. And that's okay. So if you're interested, please do let me know. But in all honesty, don't sell yourself short, right? I love that Sherelle is talking about it's important to take time for yourself. I heard a couple of our colleagues share self-care, which is often a bad word, right? And even I've talked to some family caregivers who don't like the word, right? It feels, it just feels off to them. And so I'm not going to define it for you, but whatever it is that refuels you, fills your cup, brings you joy, or is even just a few moments of reprieve, like, please do take the time to do that for yourself. Because even if caregiving slows down today, we don't know what tomorrow looks like. I have found in my life, helping to care for not only my mom, but also my grandparents and a grandparent who is going to be 80 in a couple of weeks, that it kind of goes up and down, right? There are moments of really difficult periods, and there are moments where it's a little bit easier. The other thing I'll leave you with is something that I did not do until probably the last 12 to 18 months is I shared that I'm the eldest on my mom's side, and her mental illness goes up and down, and she's aging at the same time, right? And she's also aging more rapidly because of her mental illness. So for those of you who are on the journey, who are a primary caregiver, who maybe are the one who is more organized or the one who steps up to do more, my words of wisdom to you is if you're not already talking to others that are in your circle, siblings, friends, cousins, nieces, nephews who want to help, start the conversation now, because not having done it earlier built resentment, but also exhaustion. And now I'm starting to have those conversations. I'm talking to my sisters about mom is a little bit older and she's going to continue to go down as she gets older. And so let's just start to divide up how we achieve our goals for her in caregiving together. And also too, when there's moments where one of us is burnt out and we need to step away, where someone else can pick it up. So thank you. I know that we're a little bit over time. It has been wonderful to hear all of the stories. I'm excited to be a part of this community. Please do reach out anytime. Paul@tumbleweedplan.com. That's my email. I am active on social media. But thank you all, and it's been wonderful to be with you. Have a great day.
You, Paul. Yes.
Yeah. Thank you,
Yes,
Paul.
Paul. Thank you so much, Paul. That was wonderful. And yes, Paul and I did share some, as he was talking to me on Tumbleweed on the podcast yesterday, I was listening to him, and I'm just hearing the word just kept coming out: caregiver resentment. Caregiver resentment. Why?
Yeah.
He felt that he was stripped of his young, if you will, younger years, right? His whole years of teenaging, his years in his 20s and 30s and beyond, it was just stripped from him of taking care of loved ones. Yes, we do love our loved ones, but he never had the chance to be that little boy to run out and get beat up by other little boys.
Oh, I still got the beat up too, but hey, that's another story.
So it was just like, wow, he was literally just stripped of his childhood, if you will, and young adulthood by taking care of his loved one. And that built up resentment. As he was talking, like I said, I just kept hearing caregiver resentment. And what is resentment? Caregiver resentment is doing something that you really don't want to do. But you in this situation, right, that you have no control over. You're here, you're doing it, but every step of the way, you're resenting doing it. Then that can build up what? Bitterness.
Right.
Right? I don't want to be bothered. Then when you're taking care of the person, you're looking at them like, oh my goodness, not again, not today. You know what I'm saying? Yep. So he literally had dealt with that. So if there's any of you that's dealing with that, listen, reach out to Paul, and also take a step back.
Yes.
You're not the end all to be all. Come on now, we got to do this thing. We got to be transparent. You're not the end all to everything. There's other people around you, man, that can help you. Take a step back like Paul did. Think about what you need to do and come up with a tumbleweed podcast. You don't have to, tumbleweed is taken. You can come up with another podcast, right? But yes, dig deep into yourself, right? And just do what's best for you. Don't have that resentment build up because it will lead to internal sickness.
Yeah.
Okay, that's my story. Lance, what do you think?
I would just echo, everything you said, Sherelle. Resentment and regrets are things that we can have control over ourselves. So, just keeping that into perspective. Paul, thank you for the work you're doing. Welcome to the caregiving space. Plenty of room, so you'll fit right in.
I already feel at home. Yes, I feel at home. So thank you. Thank you both. And thank you for bringing us all together today. This has been fantastic.
Thank you so much.
It's been a great day. I know we're gonna see if any of the guests would like to have any final words of wisdom or thoughts or feedback, and I guess we should probably bring them back on stage.
Absolutely. They'll bring everyone up to stage. We are on time. I'm telling you, this was so phenomenal. This was perfect timing. Everything just fell in order. Everyone got what they needed out of it, I believe. If you did not, please reach out to your colleagues on the stage. And then also reach out to other caregivers, right? It's always someone that we can resonate with. So, in doing the final words, I would like each of you just share a sentence, a word, a statement to give to the caregivers out there on how they're dealing with situations. Give them some words of wisdom. Okay, I'm gonna start with whoever want to start. We got about 8 of you up here. Whoever would like to start, we'll piggyback off each other. Then we're gonna close out.
Well, I'll start. I'm probably the oldest caregiver on the platform. I've been caregiving for over 70 years, and I don't have resentment because through the years I've learned that there was a divine intervention, and so it's something that I was, created to do. So I am blessed, and I can have this outlook at 79, soon to be 80 years old, and still functioning. So thank God.
Amen. Amen. Thank you for that, Miss Mary. Thank you. Next.
Well, I have thoroughly enjoyed every single one of you, and I did have caregiver resentment. Paul, you made me realize that because as I wrote in the comments, I did not have a great relationship growing up when I was growing up with my mom. I couldn't stand her. And I had to be the one that ended up being her caregiver. But to God be the glory, he prepared me for such a time as that. And I handled it with much grace when I finally figured out what I was doing. So it is real. And I love all of the transparency because I believe when we are transparent and we are honest and true to ourselves, and we can get past some things. It's been my absolute pleasure. All of you are absolutely phenomenal.
Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you for sharing that. Anyone else?
I'll go. So just give yourself grace. One of the U.S. senators of New Jersey, Andy Kim, pretty much for the first time at the summit I went to this week, shared his personal story of him caring for his dad, and he didn't have a great relationship with his dad, and he has, Alzheimer's dementia. So I literally, after he spoke, I went up to him. I was like, just give yourself grace, and know it's hard. And so that's how I would say to everybody who's caregiving, just you're doing the best you can, and just give yourself grace.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for sharing that, Bass. Who's next?
I just want to say to all the caregivers out there, I know a lot of you are tired and sometimes you're feeling overwhelmed, but if anybody hasn't told you today, you're doing a great job. You're doing a great job. And what you're doing matters, and you matter as well.
Amen. Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you for that, Christina. Anyone else?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, Dawn. I didn't mean to step over you.
Go right ahead.
No, I think that, yes, definitely give yourself grace. As others have said, my kind of motto is we're better together. Like, we've got to stick together. And I mean that here, and I mean that more broadly. Right now, there are, someone working in technology, they are trying to divide us on purpose, right? And we have to stick together. And I am not trying to make this is not a political statement. It's really just that so many things we need each other. We are better together, and give yourself grace. And the other piece that I would say on the, with the resentment component is, I'm so glad I realized it while I still have time, right? I can change my relationship with my mom and with my siblings. So I'm grateful that I had that opportunity, because it is shifting that dynamic. But I think that one thing that I reflect back on is sometimes family members and friends can exacerbate the situation, because my siblings and my grandparents said, well, your mom is mentally ill and she needs your help, when I was a teenager, or when I was, 14 or 20 and trying to survive. Right. And so they did what they thought was best. So I would just say, if you're watching a caregiver, be mindful of how you show up, right? And let them talk about some of the things that are uncomfortable. I don't like this person right now, or I don't have a good relationship, but I know someone's got to do it. Right. So just, really think differently about how we approach some of these conversations, because I realize now that I have exacerbated situations and others have too. But at the end of the day, remember, we are better together. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Paul. Thank you.
And I just
Dawn?
wanted to say, listening to Paul share his feelings of resentment, I really know that when I was growing up, and again, part of the reason why I became, interested and passionate about helping people who were caregivers, is there were a lot of times when my mother was being a caregiver, it meant it impacted me as a teenager. I may not have been doing the caregiving, but again, like, I wasn't always doing some of the things that I wanted to be able to do. We'd have to come home from events because it was time for that person to have dinner or, go to bed or whatever. And so I think it is so important to remember that we can share that we're having these emotions. It doesn't mean that we want the person to not be caring for them. And so, just like Paul said, being mindful of when caregivers or people around them are sharing, they sometimes just want to be heard. They're not looking for you to fix it. But if you know that there's something that you can do to kind of lessen that load and that burden, like, step up and do it. So yeah, that's kind of what I would hope. People start looking for that support and not feeling guilty about asking for it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Dawn. Wow. And you know what? Everyone has touched on the point for wisdom and caregiving. And so, Lance, I'm going to let you finish out, and then I'm going to do my little pet peeve, and we're going to get out of here.
Yeah, well, first, Sherelle, thank you for the opportunity to co-host this with you today. And thank you to all the amazing guests. And even more so, thank you guys for the incredible advocacy and work you're dedicated yourselves to helping support these caregivers. But my thing that I want to take away from this is, we've all been having great conversations today, but it's not us that needs to have these conversations. It's the people we're trying to reach. So we just got to keep doing our best, I think, just to get that information out there to the people that really need the benefit from it. So keep up the great work. If we can ever help support any of you at All Home Care Matters or myself, feel free to reach out on LinkedIn. Our website's allhomecarematters.com. Whatever we can do to help support your work, we'll be happy to do so.
Absolutely. And thank you all. This has been a phenomenal, powerful, dynamic. What other adjectives can I add to it? Y'all add some adjectives in there. This has been wonderful. Listen, every year it gets better and better and gooder, right? So, with all of that being said, I just want to say this. I thank each and every one of you for coming and sharing your caregiver story, your insights, your invaluable information. Everyone has an individual story. However, there was a common denominator that we all stand in need of prioritizing ourselves, right? No one is exempt. That's just the common denominator. And then also, like you said, give yourself grace. For me, step back. Just step back and look at the whole scenario and take care of yourself holistically. Don't be the eating, don't do a lot of eating and not do a lot of sleeping. You follow me? It all has to work together. Mind, body, spirit, and financially. And with all of that being said, I'm just going to end with the phenomenal Rosalind Carter quote. She said it so eloquently that there are only 4 kinds of people in the world, or caregivers, if you will. Those who have been caregivers, those who will be caregivers, those who are caregivers, those who will be caregivers, excuse me, I'm getting my words, I'm running my words into each other. So Rosalind Carter said it so eloquently. There are only 4 kinds of people in the world: those who have been caregivers, those who are currently caregivers, those who will be caregivers, and those who will need a caregiver. Don't be the one that need a caregiver. You heard me? Take care of yourselves. We are better together, as Paul said. We are better together. So we're going to relieve all of you of everything that has went on today. It's been a phenomenal day. It's been a great 4 hours, impactful 4 hours. So take this, share it on your whatever social media you have. You can cut, paste it, whatever you need to do. You have my permission to share it. It'll be on YouTube. I'm going to have my people to upload it all on YouTube, and you can share it from there. And then in the meantime, we keep this going every year. For those of you who's in the audience, if you want to come and share your caregiving story on the #1 caregiver speakers platform, this is the platform. Next year, and I'm already looking at it, we're going to take it to the community. I've been doing this for 3 years online, virtually, and every year more and more people sign up. Now, mind you, there was supposed to have been more people, but I couldn't take no more. It was like 25 people that signed up. Listen, consider yourself lucky, as they say, because you guys were in the winner's seat. But nevertheless, we're going to keep this going. Next year, we're going into the community. I got to go into the community and let this be made known to the people in the community to come share their story. So if you know somewhere, and I know you do, have them connect with me, and we're going to start signing them up for next year. I'm already looking at next year now. And for those male caregivers, I know you out there, connect with me via my email. Put my email in the chat. You can also connect with me on all social medias. I'm on Facebook, I'm on LinkedIn, and I'm over on Instagram. That's enough social media for me. Catch me on all of those social medias, and you can also email me at Sherelle@globalcaregiversnetwork.com. Thank you so much. That's it. We're on time. We're only 3 minutes over. So thank you so much. You all have a wonderful day. Say goodbye to the people. Thank you, guys. Thank you for staying in with us. You all have a wonderful day. Have a wonderful, wonderful weekend, everyone.
Thanks, Sherelle.
You're welcome. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
You know, there's really no losing in fishing. You either catch or you learn. A while back, I told you about my buddy who was having some trouble. He was pretty lost for a time. His wife, the catch of his life, was diagnosed with dementia, and he had big challenges to tackle. I remember I shared how he found the All Home Care Matters podcast and YouTube channel, and it really helped him. Well, that podcast has made all the difference for my buddy and his wife with all the issues they're facing. The show helps people navigate senior living and care and offers concrete advice for rough waters along the way. When you go through something hard, you start to appreciate the little things a bit more. That's what my buddy told me just the other day. You see, he's able to enjoy some of life's little things again because of the information and resources he found through All Home Care Matters. And I'm happy to have my fishing buddy back. If All Home Care Matters can help my friend with all that goes into navigating the complexities of long-term care, it'll help your friends caring for loved ones too. If you are in need of support and guidance, check out All Home Care Matters on YouTube or wherever you listen to podcasts. A good fishing buddy is a keeper for my friend with everything he learns through All Home Care Matters. That podcast is a keeper too.
Welcome to our global family, where our lineage is not determined by DNA. It is determined by our relationship and our love for one another.
Every day when she came home, she pretty much worked where cooked food most of her life, and she always made sure that the kids that was attached to the family had pretty much had something to eat every day.
My profession was my ministry. I feel if you can't get to the heart of a student, you can't teach them very well.
We were all raised by you all, and we learned from you all, and we act very much similar to our parents.
Why do some people shine so brightly in everything they do? Meet Mary L. Beale, an extraordinary example of lifelong learning and compassion. From a young age, Mary L. Beale was surrounded by mentors who instilled in her the value of positive and practical life skills. With a foundation of both basic and extended academic training, Mary's thirst for knowledge has been unquenchable. As a lifelong learner, Mary has constantly evolved, embracing new experiences and cultures with an open heart. She's not just well-traveled, she's deeply involved with diverse communities, bringing her unique blend of emotional maturity and compassion to every interaction. Mary's journey is also marked by her dedication to family history, meticulously preserving stories and memories for future generations. And did we mention? She has a unique interest in kinetic energy, always exploring the forces that keep our world in motion. Her story is one of continuous growth and an unwavering commitment to making a positive impact, both locally and globally. Mary L. Beale exemplifies what it means to live a life full of purpose and passion. Join us in celebrating the incredible life of Mary L. Beale. Discover more about her work and let her story inspire you to embrace lifelong learning and compassion.
My name is Sherelle D. Mims. I am a registered nurse, caregiver advocate, #1 best-selling contributing author, and a motivational speaker. Can I just see by the show of hands, how many of you have lost a loved one to cancer? So you lost a loved one to cancer too? As a lifelong caregiver myself, I would like to share a quote with you by Lee Iacocca, and I quote, "No matter what you have done for yourself or humanity, if you can't look back over giving your loved ones love and attention, then what have you accomplished?" End quote. I know there's a lot of caregivers out there, and I want to speak specifically to the caregivers. If you are a caregiver, in the audience, Facebook audience, I want you to type in, "I am a caregiver." Because as a caregiver, you know we give ourselves to our loved ones, and we tend to lose ourselves. But the main thing about being a caregiver is to take care of yourself.
Hello world, wake me up to another good morning, time to go.